You were not born with doubt. You were trained into it. From the first time someone laughed at your idea, from the first moment you hesitated and were punished for boldness, from the first voice that said, "Be realistic." Little by little, belief gave way to fear. Faith gave way to uncertainty. And now you call that doubt your personality. But it is not you. It is a parasite of the mind. And tonight it dies. For the next 4 hours, while the body rests, the mind will be rebuilt, thought by thought, word by word, until self-doubt is no longer possible to you. These teachings are not entertainment. They are law, spoken from the same fire that lifted men from nothing into power, the same law that turned Edison's failures into inventions, Ford's ridicule into empire, Carnegie's poverty into millions, the same law that says, what you believe you become. Listen carefully. You have believed in your limitations long enough. Tonight you will believe in your power. The subconscious mind does not argue. It does not reason. It only accepts what is repeated and obeys what is felt with faith. You have repeated your fears for years. That is why they appear as fact. But when you repeat truth with feeling, the subconscious reverses the current, and everything begins to change. While you sleep, these words will not stop working. They will move beneath the surface, dissolving old thoughts, planting new ones, until your very heartbeat speaks faith. You will wake in the morning and feel something different, a calm certainty, a quiet confidence, not arrogance, but conviction. The same conviction that every great achiever carries like armor, because they know that infinite intelligence does not create in fear. You see, self-doubt is not humility. It is ingratitude. It is declaring to the infinite, you made a mistake when you made me. But when you believe in your power, you honor the source that created you. That is why faith is sacred. It is not optimism. It is obedience to law. For years you have whispered to yourself, I can't. I'm not ready. I'm not enough. And the subconscious has obeyed. It has kept you small to remain consistent with your belief. But tonight, a new decree will be issued. You will fall asleep to truth, and truth will take command. You will no longer think like a victim of chance. You will think as a master of cause. You will no longer wonder if you can. You will know that you must. The first hour will wash the mind clean of the old language of failure. The second hour will plant the words of faith, definiteness, and purpose. The third hour will awaken the inner command, that silent knowing that refuses to retreat. And the fourth hour will seal the new identity in the subconscious until confidence becomes your nature. This is not imagination. This is the law of autosuggestion. Every thought impressed upon the subconscious with faith and repetition must express itself in outward form. Doubt is simply a misuse of that law. Faith uses it correctly. While others waste the night in distraction and worry, you will use the night to build. You will let every repetition of these words engrave new patterns into your spirit, patterns of decision, power, calm, and certainty. When the morning comes, you will not need to convince yourself that you are confident. You will be confident, because the subconscious will already have accepted it as truth. I tell you this as law. No man can rise higher than his belief, and no man can believe deeply until he disciplines his thought. From this night forward, you will become the guardian of your inner speech. You will no longer allow idle words of weakness to enter. You will no longer indulge the fantasy of fear. You will think only that which serves your purpose. You will learn to speak to yourself as a master speaks to a servant, with command, with clarity, with authority. The mind must be told what to think. If you do not give it orders, it will borrow them from the fears of others. You have lived too long by borrowed thoughts. You have repeated the words of the defeated and wondered why you shared their fate. But tonight you reclaim authorship of your own mind. You will no longer echo the crowd. You will decree your destiny. Do not underestimate what is about to happen. When the conscious mind sleeps, the gate to infinite intelligence stands open. In that silence, suggestion becomes creation. The beliefs you impress tonight will move mountains tomorrow. Repeat these words within yourself as you drift into rest. I am no longer the man of fear. I am the man of faith. I am the man of purpose. I am the man who acts. Say it once, feel it deeply, and let it go. The subconscious will take it from there. Each repetition builds a new identity. Each hour erases another layer of doubt. Each sentence draws you closer to the self that knows. I am capable, I am chosen, I am enough. Understand this clearly. Confidence is not noise. It is not performance. It is peace. It is the stillness of one who knows who he is, and that peace will become yours. You will wake not as a man seeking proof, but as one carrying it. You will move without hesitation, speak without apology, and decide without delay. The timid voice of what if will fall silent. The only voice remaining will be the voice of command, the voice of faith. For faith is not blind. It sees through the eyes of truth. Faith knows that every difficulty carries an equal seed of advantage. Faith knows that no obstacle can resist a definite mind. Faith knows that the power that built the stars also breathes through you, waiting for direction. So as you fall asleep, surrender your old self, the one that begged for permission, that doubted its worth, that feared to act. Let that man die peacefully. He has served his time. In his place, a new mind is forming, one that respects itself, believes its own word, and commands its own destiny. You will awaken tomorrow not as who you were, but as who you decided to become tonight. Fall asleep to these teachings, wake up to your power. For when the mind believes, the body follows, and destiny itself must obey. Listen as you sleep, and when you rise, you will never doubt again. Every man wages a silent war that no one else can see. It is not fought with swords or armies, but with thoughts, subtle, persistent, invisible forces that determine every triumph or defeat. Within you, there exists a battlefield where faith and doubt contend for the mastery of your mind. On this field is decided not only your peace, but your destiny. You were not born in this war. You were born whole, trusting, full of expectancy. Watch a child reaching for everything with curiosity and confidence. That is your original state. Doubt crept in later, one suggestion at a time. A careless laugh when you spoke your dream. A harsh word from one who had surrendered his own. Slowly, the bold imagination of youth was replaced by the cautious hesitation of conformity. Doubt, then, is not natural. It is taught. It is a parasite of the mind, feeding on the energy of faith. It disguises itself as caution, humility, or realism. It whispers, be safe, be small, be sensible. But its real purpose is to keep you in bondage to fear. I call self-doubt spiritual theft, for it robs man of his divine inheritance, the belief that he is made in the image of power itself. Belief, on the other hand, is creative. Every act of greatness begins as faith held in silence. The mind that believes in its own purpose magnetizes all forces necessary to fulfill it. The law of mental heredity declares that whatever you think repeatedly becomes the blood of your soul. Each thought breeds after its own kind until it becomes your nature. Therefore, you must guard your mind as you would guard a treasury. You cannot think weakness and manifest strength. You cannot dwell on fear and act with courage. Thought is the seed, feeling is the root, and action is the bloom. To change the fruit, you must plant a new seed and water it daily with faith. Let me remind you, what you believe about yourself is stronger than what others believe about you. Abraham Lincoln, poor and awkward, mocked by the educated and despised by the powerful, refused to surrender to the world's opinion. He said, "I am not bound to win, but I am bound to be true." That quiet conviction turned ridicule into reverence. Confidence, therefore, is moral cleanliness. It is honesty with self. To believe in your ability is not pride, it is obedience to law. Infinite intelligence placed within you every tool necessary for your purpose. To doubt your power is to insult its source. When you declare, "I cannot," you accuse creation of error. When you say, "I will," you align yourself with divine intent. Faith is reverence in action. You must train yourself to speak to your own mind with authority. Each day, the timid self will rise to whisper, "Be careful." The master self must answer, "Be bold." The timid self will count your failures. The master self will command, "Continue." Every time you obey the voice of mastery, you add strength to its command. Every time you obey fear, you surrender another province of your inner kingdom. The mind is a servant. It will obey whichever voice speaks most often. If you feed it with hesitation, it will hesitate. If you feed it with purpose, it will build your world accordingly. Therefore, never let a thought of weakness pass unchallenged. When doubt arises, replace it instantly with decision. Say within yourself, "I believe in my capacity to act." There is no greater act of rebellion than to believe when others doubt you. The world admires confidence only after it succeeds, but faith must be practiced before proof appears. Lincoln did not wait for applause to steady his conscience. He trusted principle against public anger. The calm endurance of conviction is the true definition of courage. Remember this law. What you think of yourself, you teach others to think of you. A doubting man radiates uncertainty. The confident man commands trust. When you walk with decision, people feel it before they hear it. Confidence is a silent language understood by all. Those who live in faith become natural leaders because certainty is rare, and men always follow the rare. Do not mistake arrogance for confidence. The arrogant man believes he is greater than others. The confident man believes he is greater than his fears. Arrogance seeks attention. Confidence seeks order. Arrogance depends on praise. Confidence depends on purpose. Arrogance shouts. Confidence speaks once and obeys its own command. Every day you must renew your inner order. Upon waking, speak to your mind as a general speaks to an army, clear, concise, commanding. Say, "Today I will think only that which serves my purpose. My faith is law. My mind is mine." These words, repeated with feeling, build invisible armor around thought. The subconscious hears them and begins to rearrange your world to match. At night before sleep, review your day. Do not judge harshly. Study faithfully. Each time you acted from fear, note it, forgive it, and resolve its correction for tomorrow. Discipline is not punishment. It is alignment. The mind learns obedience as the body learns strength by repetition. Self-doubt thrives on inattention. It creeps in when you leave the mind unguided. You cannot neglect thought and expect peace. Every moment of idleness invites invasion. Therefore, keep your mental house swept and guarded. Let only thoughts of confidence and gratitude reside there. Confidence is not sudden. It is cumulative. It grows through countless small victories of decision over hesitation. Each act of faith, however minor, adds weight to your inner scale until certainty outweighs fear. The man who cannot yet believe greatly must begin by believing in small things. His ability to rise on time, to complete a task, to keep his word. Through these, he learns that he can trust himself. Trust once built becomes sacred. You cannot command others until you first obey yourself. The man who breaks his own word weakens the structure of his soul. The man who keeps it, even when unseen, becomes unshakable. Every act of self-trust plants confidence deeper into the subconscious until belief becomes instinct. You are not what you have believed, you are what you decide. The past is merely old suggestion. The moment you decree new law, the mind begins to rearrange itself accordingly. Faith, then, is not something you find. It is something you decide to practice. The more faithfully you repeat truth, the less you will remember the lie. I tell you plainly, every moment spent in doubt is disobedience to infinite intelligence. The universe does not create in uncertainty. Stars do not tremble before shining. Rivers do not question their course. Only man, endowed with the privilege of choice, uses it to paralyze himself. To doubt is to oppose the current of creation. To believe is to flow with it. Therefore, from this hour, make a new decree. Say within yourself, I will believe only what serves my purpose. My faith is law. My mind is mine. Repeat it until it feels natural. When fear rises, do not argue. Repeat the law. When hesitation whispers, do not reason. Repeat the law. In time, faith will become your first instinct, and doubt will fade like a voice you no longer recognize. Confidence will then cease to be effort. It will become your nature. You will act not because you try to believe, but because belief itself has become your mind's normal state. That is mastery. That is freedom. So let the silent war end tonight, not by fighting fear, but by commanding faith. The victory has already been written. You need only obey it. Night is not merely the end of the day. It is the beginning of creation. When the body rests, the subconscious mind remains awake, absorbing every word, every emotion, every decree left upon it before sleep. Most men treat the night as escape, yet it is the most powerful workshop of the spirit. For in those silent hours, the architect within builds according to the blueprints last drawn by your thought. The law of mental absorption states that the subconscious accepts repetition without question. It argues with nothing. It reasons with nothing. It obeys. It is the servant that builds both palace and prison, depending only on the orders it receives. The pity is that most men command it carelessly. They end their days repeating weakness. I am tired, I cannot manage. I hope tomorrow is better. And so the mind obediently constructs fatigue, frustration, and chance. If you would reprogram your destiny, you must begin by reprogramming your nights. As the farmer prepares soil before planting, so must you prepare your mind before sleep. Words spoken in faith at the edge of rest sink directly into the fertile ground of the subconscious, where they grow unseen until reality flowers from them. You must treat the hour before sleep as sacred. Let it be free from noise, complaint, or gossip. Turn away from the world's clamor as the priest withdraws to his sanctuary. For at that hour, the door between the conscious and the infinite stands open. You may walk through it by faith or fall through it by neglect. Thomas Edison understood this law. When others ended their day in weariness, he would recline in silence and let his mind drift just above sleep. In that twilight state, he communed with infinite intelligence, seeing the unseen and hearing the unspoken. Many of his inventions came not from struggle, but from this silent communion between the resting body and the waking soul. Understand this clearly. Every thought impressed upon the subconscious before sleep will seek expression after waking. If you end your day repeating doubt, the morning will greet you with hesitation. If you end it in faith, you will awaken in power. The mind obeys the tone of the last command. Therefore, choose your nightly words as you would choose companions for a long journey. Only the worthy may accompany you into rest. Faith must not be whispered timidly. It must be spoken as law. Say within yourself, I am guided by infinite intelligence. I move in calm certainty. Do not say it to test if it works. Say it because it is true. The subconscious does not respond to doubt disguised as hope. It responds to conviction. It accepts what is felt, not what is analyzed. The feeling you attach to your words determines their power. Speak without emotion, and they fall to the floor. Speak with belief, and they strike the foundation of the subconscious. Faith is not mere repetition. It is repetition filled with feeling. Emotion is the fire that burns the new image into permanence. You must also abandon the false belief that doubt is humility. True humility is obedience to divine law, not denial of divine power. To belittle yourself is not modesty. It is rebellion. Infinite intelligence has no pleasure in weakness. It created you to express strength, wisdom, and purpose. To doubt your worth is to question the wisdom of your Creator. The command voice must be cultivated. Most men beg of themselves. The disciplined man commands. He says not, I hope I will, but I will. He does not ask the mind to believe, he instructs it. The mind is a loyal servant. It only awaits clear orders. Speak to it as a master speaks to a trusted aide, calmly, definitely, repeatedly. Each night before closing your eyes, give your mind 3 definite affirmations. First, concerning faith, I am guided by infinite intelligence. Second, concerning purpose, my decisions are certain and my actions definite. Third, concerning peace, I rest in the assurance that all power flows through me in order. Speak them slowly, feeling their truth until emotion seals them in memory. If your mind rebels with old doubts, do not argue. Arguments strengthen what you oppose. Simply repeat the new command. The subconscious will eventually surrender to persistence, for it cannot resist repetition charged with feeling. The mind may question for a week, a month, or a year, but law is patient, and patience always wins. Repetition is the chisel of character. What you repeat in the silence of night becomes a sculpture the world sees in the light of day. Therefore, let every night carve deeper the image of confidence, serenity, and faith. When you lie down, visualize your desired self, not as distant dream, but as present reality. See yourself moving through tomorrow with calm assurance. Picture your speech steady, your gaze direct, your voice free of hesitation. Feel gratitude in advance for the certainty that will govern your steps. The subconscious will take these impressions as instruction and will shape your behavior to match. You must also cleanse your mind of the day's residue. Before sleep, forgive all offenses, release all resentment, and dismiss all worry. These are poisons to the soil of faith. You cannot plant belief in bitterness any more than you can plant roses in stone. Say, I release all thoughts that do not serve my purpose. This simple act restores the mind to harmony, making it fertile for new creation. As you drift toward sleep, imagine yourself surrounded by peace. Let the rhythm of your breathing carry your affirmations deeper into consciousness. Each breath is a messenger delivering faith to the silent workshop within. Remember that the subconscious never sleeps. It will labor through the night according to the pattern you provide. This is not imagination, but law. The mind builds during rest precisely what it is commanded to build. The architect of your destiny works most faithfully when you are still. That is why night is holy, because creation continues while the world sleeps. Edison once said, "Everything comes to him who hustles while he waits." In truth, it comes to him who believes while he rests. For belief is activity of the highest order. It is not idleness. It is invisible construction. Let your final thought each night be one of confidence and gratitude. Say, infinite intelligence works through me perfectly. All that I need is drawn to me by law. My rest strengthens my faith, and my faith shapes my world. Feel these words until drowsiness turns them into dream. They will continue to echo beneath consciousness, laying foundations for your next success. When you awaken, you will notice a difference, not a shout, but a calm knowing. Doubt will feel foreign, as if it belongs to a language you no longer speak. You will act without overthinking, speak without apology, and decide without delay. Others will sense it, though they cannot name it. That is the power of a mind trained to believe even while asleep. You are not to depend upon willpower alone. You are to depend upon law. The same power that turns night into morning will turn your repeated truth into reality. Trust that it cannot fail. The subconscious has no choice but to obey faith consistently applied. Therefore, make this a nightly ritual. Treat each repetition as sacred duty. End every day as a builder ends his labor, with plans for what will rise tomorrow. Never let a single night pass in idle mental drift, for every sleeping hour either fortifies or weakens your destiny. Fall asleep then, not as one escaping the day, but as one constructing eternity. Say quietly before sleep overtakes you, I am guided by infinite intelligence. I move in calm certainty. I rest in faith, and faith builds my world. And as the body rests, the unseen mind will continue your work, patient, precise, tireless. By morning, the pattern of belief will have deepened, the roots of confidence strengthened, and the dawn will find you renewed in purpose. For truly, the mind will build what you last believe. You cannot fight darkness by struggling with it. You remove it by introducing light. So it is with fear. Doubt cannot be destroyed through resistance. It dissolves only when faith occupies its place. This is the law of substitution, the principle by which every weakness is transmuted into strength, every fear into confidence, every limitation into power. You have perhaps spent years trying to overcome doubt by analyzing it, explaining it, or reasoning with it. Yet doubt thrives on attention. Whatever the mind focuses upon expands. To think much about fear, even to oppose it, is to strengthen its roots. The wise man does not wrestle with his demons. He replaces them. He directs his thought toward the desired state until the undesired one fades from existence. This law is older than man's history, written into the fabric of nature itself. The field does not protest the weeds. It simply yields to the stronger seed that replaces them. The gardener does not curse the stones. He covers them with soil until the flower prevails. Life always rewards the stronger idea. Thus, you must make faith stronger than fear through constant substitution. To substitute faith for fear, you must first recognize that fear is not evil. It is energy misdirected. The same power that trembles in doubt when rightly trained becomes enthusiasm, courage, and vision. Fear is faith turned upside down, faith in defeat instead of victory, faith in limitation instead of law. Convert its energy, and it becomes your servant. Henry Ford once faced ridicule so bitter that few men would have endured it. When he announced his plan to build a car for the common man, the experts laughed. It cannot be done, they said. But Ford had long learned the law of substitution. He replaced every word of ridicule with an image of completion. In his mind, he saw families riding his cars, workers proud of their craft, roads alive with progress. He fed that picture daily until faith consumed mockery. The laughter faded, the car remained. Every time doubt arises, it presents you with a question. Which thought will you feed? At that moment, the power of substitution is in your hands. You may repeat the old language of defeat, or you may speak the new decree of mastery. One leads to paralysis, the other to motion. The mind cannot hold two opposing ideas at once. One must yield. Choose consciously which shall remain. The mind is a furnace. It cannot be empty. It must burn something. If you do not feed it with purpose, it will burn anxiety. If you do not feed it with gratitude, it will burn resentment. Control the fuel, and you control the flame. Each thought you permit becomes either soot or steel, either residue or result. Therefore, feed your mind only with that which builds. When a negative thought appears, do not resist it with anger or panic. Resistance merely anchors it deeper. Instead, replace it gently but firmly with a statement of truth. If the thought says, "I am afraid," answer immediately, "I am guided by law and therefore safe." If it says, "I cannot," respond, "I can and I will." Speak as though command has already been issued, and the mind will obey. Practice this substitution not only in great matters, but in the smallest. If you dread a task, replace dread with curiosity. If you feel resentment, replace it with understanding. If you sense delay, replace it with patience. Every substitution plants a stronger root of control. Over time, the mind will learn automatically to convert the negative into constructive form, just as the body transforms food into energy. Remember that emotion is the current that drives substitution. A cold word cannot uproot a warm fear. When you affirm faith, do so with conviction, with feeling, with the full weight of your spirit behind the statement. The subconscious is moved not by the letter of truth, but by its heat. You must feel belief more deeply than you once felt fear. The timid often say, "But I cannot help how I feel." That is false. Feeling follows thought as shadow follows form. Change your thought repeatedly, and the emotion will yield. Emotion is obedient to repetition. You did not become fearful in a single hour. It was taught to you by many repeated impressions. You will unlearn it the same way, by replacing those impressions with their opposite again and again, until new emotion becomes natural. The law does not reward intensity so much as constancy. A burst of enthusiasm soon fades. A quiet habit endures. It is not the loud hammer that shapes steel, but the steady rhythm. Likewise, it is not one declaration of faith that transforms you, but the daily practice of substitution until faith becomes instinct. Choose one definite phrase of belief to serve as your key. Let it be short, clear, and absolute. Repeat it whenever fear attempts to speak. It may be as simple as, "I am faith in action," or "Infinite intelligence guides me," or "I am calm, capable, and certain." Do not vary it. Let it become a reflex, a spiritual heartbeat. The power lies in familiarity. The mind yields to what it hears most. As weeks pass, you will observe a quiet change. Situations that once provoked anxiety will no longer stir you. You will notice that the energy once wasted on worry is now available for creation. Confidence will no longer need to be summoned. It will arrive unbidden. That is proof that the law of substitution has taken root. When I first began my work among men of achievement, I saw this law at work long before I named it. Carnegie substituted vision for poverty. Edison substituted curiosity for frustration. Lincoln substituted principle for popularity. Each of them faced moments of despair, yet each chose a higher thought. That choice, repeated across years, created destiny. Understand that substitution does not deny reality, it defines it. When you say, "I am confident," while still feeling uncertain, you are not lying. You are commanding truth to reveal itself. The seed does not deny the soil when it declares, "I shall be a tree." It simply speaks the law of its own nature. So must you speak the law of your divine nature until the result manifests. In practice, substitution becomes a rhythm of life. Morning begins with faith. Evening ends with gratitude. Throughout the day, you meet each challenge with new decree. In time, the subconscious forgets the old language entirely. It no longer recalls what doubt sounded like. Faith becomes the native tongue of thought. Let me describe what others will see in you once this mastery is established. Your presence will radiate composure. Your voice will carry weight even in few words. People will feel in you an assurance that needs no proof. They will not know why they trust you. They will simply sense that you have conquered the uncertainty they still suffer. That is the silent magnetism of faith embodied. This law applies even in the face of failure. When defeat visits, replace lament with gratitude. Say, "This too instructs me." When plans collapse, replace despair with curiosity. Ask, "What truth is this revealing?" Every substitution lifts you one step higher upon the ladder of mastery. The man who can transform pain into learning cannot be defeated. You will find that as substitution becomes habit, peace becomes natural. The mind, once full of contradiction, becomes orderly. The emotions, once turbulent, become steady. Confidence grows not as performance, but as atmosphere. Others will seek your counsel not for what you say, but for what you are. Proof that the law of faith is real. Now practice the affirmation of substitution. I no longer resist fear, I outgrow it. I no longer fight doubt, I replace it with decision. I no longer oppose weakness, I strengthen faith. My mind is fertile only for truth. My thoughts are the builders of my destiny. Speak it slowly, letting each sentence sink into feeling. The power of the spoken word is not in its sound, but in its certainty. Say it until the voice of fear grows silent through neglect. You will discover that you no longer need to chase courage. It will arise automatically, for you have given it permanent dwelling in your mind. Let this truth be engraved upon your heart. You cannot serve two masters, fear and faith. One must command, the other must depart. Make your choice once and for all. Choose faith, not as experiment, but as law. Then live as though the universe has already accepted your decision, for it has. The moment you decree truth with feeling, infinite intelligence begins its work to fulfill it. In this way, every night and every thought become creative acts. You cease being a victim of mental inheritance and become its master. The parasites of fear starve when denied attention. The seeds of faith flourish when watered by repetition. This is not philosophy, it is physics of the soul. So the law of substitution becomes your daily discipline. To plant only that which you wish to harvest, to feed only that which you wish to grow, to repeat only that which you wish to become. Practice it with patience, and the day will come when doubt feels as foreign to you as childhood fears, memories of a self you have outlived. Then shall you know the peace of mastery, the quiet authority of one who lives by law. Others will see it and call it confidence, but you will know it by its true name, faith. And faith, once established, never fails. Every life is a reflection of belief. This is the great mirror law of the universe. What you think within, you meet without. Man lives not in the world as it is, but in the world as he believes it to be. His environment, companions, and circumstances are merely the surface upon which his secret thoughts are painted. To change outer conditions, he must first polish the mirror of the mind. Look carefully at your life, and you will see the portrait of your habitual thinking. The timid lives surrounded by hesitation, for their fear silently commands delay. The The confident walk among opportunity, for their faith invites cooperation. Whatever you consistently expect, you magnetize. The universe mirrors back your dominant vibration with mathematical precision, without moral judgment, without emotion. It simply obeys. This truth, though simple, frightens those who wish to blame, for it leaves no room for chance. It declares that man is the author, not the victim, of his conditions. But it also gives him freedom. For if his past belief has built limitation, his present belief can build liberty. The mirror reflects whatever stands before it. You need not fight the image, only change the original. The law of correspondence states that every outer event corresponds to an inner cause. The anxious mind attracts confusion. The calm mind invites clarity. The man who believes himself unworthy will unconsciously repel prosperity. The man who believes himself guided will move through chaos untouched. As within, so without. The world bends to the pattern of your faith. Andrew Carnegie lived by this law. He believed that wealth was not greed, but organized service. He saw riches as proof of usefulness, not proof of superiority. That belief drew to him men of vision, loyalty, and genius. His fortune was not the cause of his confidence. It was the effect of it. Faith first, fortune second. He mirrored wealth within until wealth recognized its image and came to him. Do not imagine this law rewards mere thought without action. Thought is the design. Action is the reflection. You cannot build a palace from plans alone, yet without a plan, every stone is misplaced. Thought precedes all motion. If your outer life is disordered, it is because the inner architect has not drawn definite lines. The disciplined mind constructs reality by design, not accident. Fear also obeys this law. When you believe that others judge you, you begin to act nervously. Your tone changes, your confidence shrinks, your very presence invites the criticism you dread. Thus the prophecy fulfills itself. The mirror of law magnifies whatever you imagine most vividly. Life is an echo that never lies. If you would command respect, you must first respect yourself. No man can hide his opinion of himself for long. It seeps through every gesture. Confidence is visible long before it is spoken. It appears in posture, in voice, in the measured rhythm of speech. Faith is not a secret quality. It radiates. People feel it and respond. That is why belief must be trained as carefully as skill. Others will begin to see you differently the moment you see yourself differently. They will sense your steadiness even before you utter a word. The uncertain man says too much. The self-assured speaks little and is believed. Certainty, once established, becomes magnetism. It is the unseen authority that commands without demand. To live by the mirror law, you must practice internal cleanliness. Each morning, look into your reflection not as critic, but as creator. Speak aloud. I see in you the man I have chosen to be. Each act today will make it clearer. These words may seem simple, but they are the brush strokes with which you repaint destiny. They tell the subconscious who you are, and the outer world adjusts accordingly. Self-trust is the highest moral discipline. It means that your own word to yourself is law. When you decide, you act. When you promise, you perform. The man who cannot depend upon his own decision can depend upon nothing. Each broken vow weakens the reflection. Each kept promise brightens it. Integrity of thought and deed is the polish that keeps the mirror pure. You must also learn to act as if until as if becomes as is. This is not pretense, it is prophecy. The seed acts as if it were already a tree, pushing upward through earth long before leaves appear. In the same way, you must behave in harmony with the person you desire to become. speak as he would speak, stand as he would stand, decide as he would decide. The subconscious reads this behavior as command and begins to transform identity accordingly. Doubt says, I will act when I feel confident. Law replies, you will feel confident when you act. Emotion follows motion. Begin the act, and confidence follows the deed. No man waits for courage before battle. He charges, and courage comes. To act in faith is to summon the power that faith alone reveals. Remember that others judge not your intention, but your vibration. When you move in calm decisiveness, they sense strength. When you hesitate, they sense weakness. You are always teaching the world how to treat you by how you treat yourself. Every gesture is instruction, every posture proclamation. If you would be respected, walk with the quiet dignity of one certain of his path. When you observe men of power, note how they move. Their gestures are economical, their pace measured, their eyes steady. They waste no motion because they waste no thought. Their outer harmony mirrors inner order. You cannot imitate the result without cultivating the cause. The world's applause is only the echo of self-respect. Let this be your practice. Act always as though infinite intelligence has already granted your desire. Walk through each day not in hope, but in expectancy. Hope looks forward. Faith looks down and sees the road already beneath its feet. When you meet obstacles, treat them as servants delivering opportunity. Every delay hides direction. Every closed door means protection from a lesser path. As this law takes hold, notice the transformation in those around you. The same people who once doubted will now defer. The same circumstances that once resisted will now yield. This is not miracle, it is mathematics. The outer reflects the inner exactly, as water reflects the sky. Change the sky of thought, and the reflection must alter. Carnegie once said, no man becomes rich without enriching others. That statement is reflection in motion. When you think service, you attract service. When you act with generosity, others become generous in return. The selfish man lives surrounded by competition, the giving man by cooperation. He who sends goodwill receives it multiplied. Every condition of life is a mirror, even adversity. When difficulty arises, ask not why me, but what belief within me does this reveal? The answer, though uncomfortable, is instruction. The mirror of law never insults, it teaches. If you see delay, look for indecision. If you meet hostility, examine your hidden resentments. The outer storm ceases when the inner weather clears. Do not attempt to polish the reflection while leaving the glass unclean. Men change jobs, partners, cities, seeking to alter fate, yet carry the same mind into every new setting. They repaint the mirror, but ignore the dust. Discipline means to wash the inner glass daily through gratitude, affirmation, and self-examination. When the mind is orderly, life shines with clarity. The man who lives by this law becomes a silent teacher. He preaches not by words, but by atmosphere. His calm is contagious, his confidence infectious. Those who meet him sense that he lives by unseen certainty. They may call it luck or charm, but it is merely alignment with universal reflection. His inner and outer worlds walk in step. You must be patient as you apply this principle. The reflection does not change instantly, for the mirror of life has depth. Old beliefs linger like fog, but will clear under the steady light of persistence. Hold the image of the self you wish to be until it replaces all others. In time, people will forget who you were and speak only of who you are. Do not expect perfection of yourself at once. The mirror shows progress, not completion. When you notice doubt reflected, do not despair. Simply renew belief and act again. Each correction polishes the surface a little more. Each day lived in faith makes the reflection clearer. Confidence grows as consistency deepens. Now let us affirm the truth of this law. I act as the master I am, and action proves belief. My outer world reflects my inner order. I stand calm, decisive, magnetic. I am guided by law, and law rewards my faith. Repeat this affirmation until you feel it resonate through the body. Imagine your reflection standing taller, clearer, stronger with each repetition. See yourself as the embodiment of that faith until vision becomes reality. When the day ends, review not your results but your reflections. Ask, what did my actions reveal about my beliefs? Adjust the inner image and trust that the outer will follow. The mirror cannot defy its source, and so the mirror law stands. Life imitates belief as shadow imitates form. The man who knows this walks as creator among creatures, as architect among stones. He no longer begs the world to change. He commands himself, and the world obeys. Look once more into the mirror of your own consciousness. See in it not the echoes of yesterday's fear, but the outline of tomorrow's certainty. For as you polish the glass of thought, you will behold, looking back at you, the calm, confident image of the man you were always meant to be. Faith is not a mood, it is a discipline. It is not born of emotion, but of obedience to law. Belief is not a flame that flickers with circumstance. It is a lamp continually fed by the oil of repetition. The undisciplined man waits for inspiration to act. The disciplined man acts until inspiration appears. He knows that confidence is not granted to those who wish. It is earned by those who persist. Each day of your life is a test of your allegiance, to faith or to fear. The one who treats belief as labor will soon find that doubt loses its strength. For belief, like muscle, grows through exercise. A single repetition changes little. 1,000 repeated in order shapes destiny. Therefore, you must train your faith with the same precision that a master trains his craft. Understand that emotion is fleeting. Discipline endures. Enthusiasm begins many ventures but sustains none. Only ordered repetition can make faith a permanent resident of the mind. The seed must be watered daily, not occasionally, if it is to take root. So it is with belief. The mind must be fed daily with truth until the subconscious forgets the taste of fear. Edison demonstrated this law with every invention. When his experiments failed, and they failed thousands of times, he did not doubt his purpose. He simply organized his failure into instruction. His faith was not excitement, it was system. He had learned that success is not an event, but a habit of persistent correction. Faith, too, must be organized into thought, plan, and act. Make it your duty each morning to review your definite purpose aloud. Let your own voice remind you of your direction. Speech, when filled with belief, engraves law into the mind. Say, today I think with certainty, act with courage, and move with purpose. My mind serves my command. Such declarations, repeated faithfully, become invisible orders that shape the day before it begins. You must also set fixed hours for self-suggestion. The subconscious responds to rhythm. Just as tides answer the moon, so the mind answers habit. Choose times, morning, noon, and night, to reaffirm your purpose, your faith, and your identity. Keep these appointments as sacredly as you would a meeting with kings. Faith, when treated with discipline, becomes royal. When doubt intrudes, do not despair. See it as a messenger reminding you that repetition must continue. Doubt is the residue of old belief being displaced by the new. Its presence does not mean failure, it means progress. Continue the practice, and the old pattern will dissolve as surely as darkness yields to dawn. Most men err by waiting for feeling before acting. They say, I must feel ready. But readiness is born of decision, not of emotion. Decide first, and the feeling will follow. Act before confidence, and confidence will appear as the shadow of action. The law is exact. Belief strengthens when used, weakens when neglected. You must therefore practice faith as a soldier drills, by command, not by convenience. Discipline means repetition of right thought regardless of mood. When the day feels heavy, repeat your affirmations twice as often. When weariness whispers excuses, declare, my strength is renewed by faith. The habit of consistency is more valuable than any single victory. Faith tested under strain becomes character, and character is power. You must learn to view belief as duty. Just as honesty or loyalty must be practiced, whether convenient or not, so must confidence be maintained regardless of evidence. The man who believes only when fortune smiles is servant to circumstance. The man who believes through night and storm becomes master of circumstance. There is moral nobility in disciplined belief. To continue in faith when results delay is to honor the intelligence that governs all things. It is an act of reverence. Infinite intelligence never fails. It merely asks whether you will persist until its timing completes your plan. The universe respects the man who refuses to doubt law. Repetition is the daily worship of truth. Each time you affirm your power, you renew covenant with the infinite. Each time you act despite fear, you strengthen the bridge between thought and form. To neglect these small acts is to break communion with law. Therefore, let your life become ceremony, each thought an offering, each act an affirmation. Confidence must also be protected from contamination. Avoid the company of those who scorn faith, for doubt spreads like infection. You cannot build belief among those who mock its foundation. Associate with those who live by decision, speak with purpose, and act from vision. Their vibration will harmonize with yours, and faith will multiply by association. When fatigue of mind or body threatens, remember that rest is also discipline. You cannot pour from an empty vessel. Repose in silence each day to restore equilibrium. During this time, let your only thought be gratitude. Gratitude is faith's nourishment. The thankful mind expects good and therefore attracts it. Ingratitude is a confession of doubt. Every morning, renew your direction through deliberate planning. Write your purpose in clear words. Study it until it fills imagination. Then review it each night before sleep. The mind loves order. It obeys structure. The believer who keeps his aim before him moves as a compass needle toward the north. It may waver, but it never forgets direction. Confidence must never remain theory. It must translate into action. Each day perform one task that stretches the limits of comfort. Each victory, however small, adds weight to faith. Every step through discomfort becomes proof of mastery. Doubt fears evidence. Give it none. Let every deed testify that your belief is law in motion. You may wonder how others will perceive you as this discipline matures. They will notice composure where once they saw anxiety, firmness where they once saw hesitation. Your calm decision will silence their skepticism. They will say, he is lucky. Yet you will know it is not luck, but law obeyed, law repeated daily until it became character. Be cautious not to confuse persistence with stubbornness. Persistence follows law. Stubbornness defies it. When evidence shows a better plan, faith adjusts. Confidence is not blind. It is seeing farther than the eye allows. It trusts that reason and intuition working together will always reveal the next step. The true disciple of faith speaks little of belief, yet demonstrates much of it. He does not argue doctrine, he lives law. He does not boast of confidence, he radiates it. His decisions are final because they spring from harmony with principle. Those who meet him sense that he is anchored to something immovable. That anchor is disciplined belief. Let us practice now the affirmations of disciplined faith. I believe because I decide. My belief does not waver with emotion. My repetition is law. My persistence is power. Each day I renew my purpose. Each act strengthens my certainty. I live by decision, not delay. I am faithful to the law that never fails. Repeat these lines with the cadence of a vow. Let them become your daily oath. The subconscious, hearing the same truth in the same tone at the same hour, begins to accept it as identity. Once accepted, it cannot be erased. This is how belief transforms into nature. You must also discipline your imagination. The pictures you hold are blueprints for destiny. If you visualize confusion, life will obey it. Therefore, picture order. Picture success calmly accomplished, duty quietly fulfilled, confidence expressed in service. See yourself not struggling for faith, but living it easily, naturally, gracefully. The mind builds what it sees most vividly. Be careful not to mistake emotional excitement for faith. True belief is calm, like the river that carves mountains without hurry. The loud mind is often the uncertain one. The disciplined believer moves with quiet assurance, acting without announcing, accomplishing without boasting. He measures success not by noise, but by order. Understand, too, that repetition is cumulative. Each day's faith compounds upon the last until it becomes momentum. There will come a time when confidence acts automatically, like breathing. The effort will vanish, leaving only power in motion. You will then have crossed the threshold from practice into permanence. In that hour, self-doubt will seem like a story you once heard about another man. Fear will no longer tempt you, it will bore you. Your decisions will come swiftly, and results will follow in harmony. Others will trust you not because you persuade them, but because your belief persuades reality itself. Now remember this closing truth. To doubt is to drift. To believe is to march. Every act of faith is a step upon the road to mastery. Discipline is the march of faith. Walk it daily with gratitude, and soon the landscape of life will change around you. Doubt will vanish, not because you forced it out, but because belief has occupied all space. So let your creed be simple. Decide, believe, repeat, act, and never cease. For repetition is the heartbeat of faith, and faith is the heartbeat of destiny. There is a power greater than haste, more commanding than noise, and more persuasive than argument. It is the power of calm. Calmness is the visible expression of faith made perfect. It is the outward evidence of inward order. The calm man does not move slower than others, he moves surer. His actions carry weight because they proceed from harmony, not impulse. He is not hurried by time, nor disturbed by opposition. He knows that nothing permanent can be built in disorder. When a man is calm, he is powerful because he is whole. His mind, emotions, and body obey one command. He wastes no energy in contradiction. The anxious man pulls in 10 directions and advances in none. The calm man moves in one direction, and the world adjusts itself to his pace. Calmness is not weakness. It is mastery over movement. You can know the depth of a man's faith by the quietness of his manner. The one who truly believes does not explain himself endlessly. He does not plead, prove, or protest. He stands in the stillness of conviction, and his very presence persuades. Faith speaks most loudly when it speaks least. The river makes sound where it is shallow. It flows silently where it is deep. This stillness is not born of temperament, but of training. It is the product of mental discipline and emotional government. When you have learned to command thought, you naturally command expression. The lips, the hands, the breath, each moves in the rhythm of faith. The mind that knows order expresses order. Calmness is the fruit of self-control ripened by experience. The law of vibration teaches that every thought, every emotion sends forth an energy that attracts its equal. The hurried, tense man attracts resistance because his vibration declares confusion. The calm man attracts cooperation, for calmness is harmony, and harmony multiplies power. When your mind vibrates in peace, people instinctively trust your direction, circumstances yield, and life begins to work with you instead of against you. Rockefeller understood this power. In days of financial panic, when others shouted, he would sit silent, his face untroubled. He once said, "I do not get excited in times of loss any more than I get careless in times of gain." His composure commanded not only his own mind, but the minds of those around him. Investors, employees, even competitors felt steadied by his serenity. Fortune obeys the calm because calmness is the signal of mastery. The world mistakes noise for strength because it does not understand law. Power is not noise, it is quiet direction. The sun makes no sound as it sustains all life. The heart beats unseen while maintaining the rhythm of existence. So too does real confidence act without commotion. The more perfectly you believe, the less you will need to prove. Calmness, however, is not inaction. It is concentrated action, motion without friction. The calm man moves with economy of effort, never wasting energy and useless emotion. When anger strikes, he transforms it into decision. When fear whispers, he translates it into planning. When uncertainty appears, he answers it with patience. He does not allow external forces to command his inner temperature. You must learn this same command. Begin by watching your own speech. When emotion rises, lower your tone. The voice governs the nerves. The quiet voice pacifies the storm within. Speak slowly, and the mind will follow your pace. If you control breath, you control thought. Breathe as though each inhalation draws order from the infinite, and each exhalation releases confusion. You cannot be anxious while breathing with deliberation. Confidence is silent because it is sure. Those who doubt speak much seeking validation. Those who know simply act. Let your quietness speak your certainty. When challenged, do not rush to defend your opinion. Rest in it. Truth requires no applause. The man who has built belief through discipline has no need to persuade. His calmness is his proof. When criticism arrives, greet it as friend, not enemy. Every insult is a test of your composure. If you respond with anger, you confess weakness. If you remain calm, you reveal strength. The critic, finding no reaction, loses power. The calm man absorbs opposition without injury, as the ocean absorbs the storm and remains. Practice daily what I call the hour of silence. Set aside a time each day when you withdraw from all sound, speech, and distraction. In that hour, sit with closed eyes and observe your thoughts as clouds crossing the sky. Do not chase them. Let them pass. In silence, the mind cleanses itself of restlessness. It learns obedience. You will discover that beneath the noise of thought, there exists a still current of certainty. That current is faith itself. During this hour, repeat quietly, "I am calm because I trust law." Feel the truth of that sentence. Calmness does not come from denial of problems. It comes from trust in order. The universe is not chaotic. Every event, though seemingly irregular, moves within pattern. When you understand this, fear loses its cause. The believer no longer resists life. He cooperates with it. As you cultivate this calm, you will notice that time itself seems to expand. What once felt urgent becomes manageable. Decisions grow clearer because thought is no longer tangled in panic. You move slower outwardly, but faster inwardly. Others may appear to accomplish much through frantic activity, but you will accomplish more through deliberate motion. For every moment of true calm multiplies the efficiency of action. Let me reveal a secret known to all masters of success. Calmness is the shortest path to decision. Anxiety clouds vision, serenity clarifies it. The anxious man sees 10 problems where one exists. The calm man sees one principle behind 10 problems. He acts from understanding, not impulse, and therefore seldom errs. Calmness is intelligence under control. Some may say, but I am naturally restless. I cannot be calm. That is false reasoning. No nature is unchangeable when governed by decision. Restlessness is not identity. It is habit, and habit yields to law. Begin by stilling one small impulse each day. Delay the unnecessary word, restrain the quick reply, pause before judgment. Each small mastery builds larger command until serenity becomes second nature. The calm mind is magnetic. It draws to itself conditions that match its vibration. You will observe that doors once closed open easily. People begin to approach you with respect, for calmness inspires confidence. Employers trust it. Friends seek it. Even strangers are soothed by it. You will need to say less and accomplish more, for calmness is its own language, one understood by all. When the storms of circumstance arise, do not curse the wind. Adjust your sail. The ocean does not resent the wave, it rides it. So must you rise above disturbance by adjusting thought. Refuse to let outer motion dictate inner peace. The law of calmness declares that nothing can disturb you without your consent. The one who commands himself commands all things. Remember that every display of haste is confession of disbelief. When you hurry, you declare that time is against you. When you worry, you declare that law may fail you. Both are false. The same intelligence that governs stars governs your affairs. Nothing in the universe is rushed, yet everything is accomplished. Live in that rhythm, and peace will become productivity. In moments of difficulty, say within yourself, I am the still center of all motion. I am unmoved by confusion. My calmness is command. Feel these words sink into the subconscious until the pulse slows and the mind clears. The outer situation will begin to shift in answer to your inner composure, for circumstances are servants. They obey the tone of your mind. Let us return to Rockefeller's example. During the panic of 1907, when banks collapsed and men of wealth despaired, he continued to fund his projects, unhurried, serene. When others lose their heads, he said, it is time to buy. His fortune grew because his mind remained balanced when others broke. The calm man sees opportunity where panic sees ruin. He profits not from chaos, but from composure. As you develop this stillness, you will discover a new form of authority rising within. It is not pride, it is quiet command. People will sense it and yield without understanding why. The mind at peace is the most compelling presence on earth. Kings and captains bow before it because it represents the order of law itself. Your calmness will also become protection. Anger and fear are open doors through which misfortune enters. Serenity seals those doors. The calm mind cannot be deceived, for it listens beyond appearance. It detects falsehood instinctively and attracts only truth. Thus, calmness is both shield and sword. Shield against confusion, sword against doubt. Train yourself to greet each event with the phrase, this too is law. By doing so, you dissolve resistance and accept guidance. Every challenge becomes a teacher. Every delay becomes preparation. Nothing disturbs him who believes that all things serve his good. This is not blind optimism. It is intelligent faith. Confidence expressed through calmness will change how others perceive you. They will seek your counsel in moments of crisis. Your silence will be valued more than another man's speeches. They will describe you as steady, sure, reliable. These are merely worldly words for divine balance. What they feel is the vibration of harmony, a man aligned with law. You must continue daily practice. Do not allow excitement to disguise itself as progress. The loud mind burns energy that the calm mind converts into creation. Be like the lighthouse, standing firm, guiding others through storm, yet never leaving its post. Its calmness saves lives without moving an inch. So should your steadiness guide all who drift around you. At day's end, let stillness be your final act. Before sleep, release every care with the words, "Infinite intelligence governs all. I rest in order." This surrender is not weakness. It is the highest trust. It declares that faith has completed its work for the day. As you rest, law continues. The calm mind sleeps as peacefully as the sea after storm. Now affirm with me, I am calm because I trust law. My mind is governed by order. My emotions obey reason. My body expresses peace. I act with precision and speak with clarity. Nothing can disturb me, for I walk in harmony with infinite intelligence. Repeat these words until your heartbeat matches their rhythm. Feel how power rises not in agitation but in quietness. This is the secret known to the great builders, the thinkers, the leaders of men. The calm mind is the throne of creation. Upon it sits the master of destiny. So cultivate stillness. Let calmness become your strength, your signal, your signature. For when all the noise of the world has faded, it is the still voice of certainty that remains, and in that stillness, infinite intelligence whispers its secrets to the man who has learned to listen. There comes a moment in every man's journey when belief ceases to be an effort and becomes his nature. That moment is mastery. It is the point at which thought, emotion, and action move as one. When this union occurs, faith becomes invincible. It no longer wavers, for it has discovered its own law. The man who lives in that law no longer believes in faith. He is faith. This is the final transformation, to merge conscious will with subconscious obedience until the entire being acts as one unified instrument of infinite intelligence. The mind ceases to argue with itself. The heart ceases to question. Doubt disappears, not because it was conquered, but because there is no longer a place for it to exist. Harmony leaves no room for discord. The man of absolute faith does not hope for success, he knows it. He does not pray for strength, he is strength. He does not wait for proof, his decision is proof enough. This state is not arrogance, it is alignment. It is the soul moving in rhythm with the divine current that governs all creation. He has learned that infinite intelligence does not fail, and since it works through him, he cannot fail while obeying its law. Consider Abraham Lincoln once more, enduring years of defeat, misunderstanding, and solitude. Yet his belief in principle never faltered. He wrote, "I walk slowly, but I never walk backward." That was not pride. It was faith in motion. He trusted that moral law, once aligned with, would deliver victory in its own hour. And it did. History bends in the direction of such unshakable spirits. Henry Ford lived by the same principle. When engineers told him his designs were impossible, he replied, "Produce them anyway." His words were not defiance. They were faith speaking through command, and the impossible obeyed. The world is ruled not by those who analyze doubt, but by those who ignore it. Law yields only to conviction. This, then, is the faith that cannot fail. The absolute conviction that thought, guided by right motive and persistent effort, must bring forth its equivalent. It is the knowledge that infinite intelligence never denies a clear command issued with belief. When you arrive at this realization, fear becomes foolishness, worry becomes irreverence, and hesitation becomes waste. Such faith is not blind. It sees more clearly than the senses. It perceives the unseen forces organizing around decision. It hears opportunity approaching before the world recognizes its sound. It knows that every setback is temporary, every obstacle a messenger. It does not hurry, for it understands that law never forgets its own promises. The man of unshakable faith carries a strange calm. His eyes seem to look beyond the moment. His speech carries certainty even in uncertainty. He is not excited by success, nor defeated by failure. Both are teachers, and he thanks them alike. Faith makes him rich long before fortune arrives. For wealth is but faith clothed in gold. Peace is faith clothed in silence. Faith in its highest form is identity. It is not something you possess, but something you become. You cannot hold faith like a tool. You must embody it. You must think it, speak it, and act it until every cell of your being vibrates with certainty. Then results will appear as naturally as dawn follows night. To reach this height, you must merge the conscious and subconscious mind. The conscious chooses, the subconscious creates. When both agree, creation is immediate. Every night of repetition, every act of self-command, every moment of calm has been preparation for this union. You have trained the conscious mind to issue clear orders and the subconscious to obey without hesitation. Now, the two move together as one. Faith is now your state, not your struggle. It is the air you breathe, the ground you walk upon, the law beneath every success you achieve. You will find yourself making decisions quickly, speaking surely, and attracting the very conditions you once chased. What others call coincidence, you will recognize as consequence. There is a great stillness in this final stage. The man of faith is not dramatic. He moves quietly through the world, yet everything moves because of him. His presence inspires confidence. His words restore courage. People will say, he is lucky, but luck is only law obeyed unconsciously. They will call you favored, but favor is simply faith fulfilled. You must also understand that faith never violates moral order. Power divorced from righteousness destroys itself. The man of faith serves law. He does not command against it. He desires only that which benefits all concerned. For selfish faith corrupts itself. Pure faith multiplies itself. Therefore, as you master belief, keep your motive clean. Let service be the purpose behind every desire. Carnegie proved this truth. His wealth was immense, yet he dedicated it to education, libraries, and opportunity for others. In doing so, he secured a peace that fortune alone could never buy. When power flows through pure motive, it becomes a blessing to all who touch it. When it flows through selfishness, it becomes poison. Faith that cannot fail is always joined with conscience. Faith and gratitude are twin forces. Gratitude acknowledges the source. Faith directs it. Begin each day by thanking infinite intelligence for power to think, feel, and act. End each day by blessing the events that taught you. Gratitude seals faith as wax seals a letter. It prevents leakage of energy. The ungrateful man cannot hold belief, for he lives in complaint, and complaint is prayer in reverse. Let us now affirm together, I am faith in motion. My thought, word, and deed are one. Infinite intelligence moves through me as order and power. I am guided, guarded, and governed by law. I am calm, decisive, and sure. I live not in hope, but in certainty. My faith cannot fail, for it is one with the law that cannot fail. Repeat this affirmation with slow conviction. Feel its rhythm settling into the body until each word becomes breath. Each breath becomes truth. Say it nightly until it requires no effort, until faith awakens before thought. Then you will know that belief has become being. As this state deepens, others will begin to mirror it back to you. Their trust in you will rise. Their resistance will soften. You will find opportunities seeking you as if guided by invisible messengers. Problems that once demanded effort will dissolve through intuition. Infinite intelligence will work through you spontaneously, arranging details beyond your planning. This is not miracle. It is mathematics of spirit. Faith organizes the infinite around your intention. When you hold belief unwaveringly, law converges from all directions to fulfill it. The universe loves decisiveness. It detests indecision. Decide firmly, believe fully, and the unseen will conspire to manifest it. There will still be challenges, but you will welcome them. The man of faith does not pray for ease. He prays for understanding. He knows that resistance builds strength and difficulty refines power. Like the blacksmith's fire, trial reveals purity. When you live by law, even adversity serves you. You cease to fear loss because you know that nothing real can be taken from truth. You will also notice that as faith matures, your desires become fewer but greater. The petty ambitions that once scattered your attention will fade. You will want only that which fulfills purpose. This simplicity is freedom. The divided man is weary. The united man is invincible. He no longer asks, "Can I?" He asks, "Should I?" and acts accordingly. Faith, once disciplined, becomes peace. There is no anxiety in certainty, no hurry in assurance. You no longer need to prove anything to the world, for you know that the world already reflects you. You walk as one at home in law, trusting every event to lead you closer to purpose. This serenity is the final reward of discipline, the crown of belief. Others will sense this peace and gather near. Your composure will grant them courage. Your steadiness will grant them hope. Without preaching, you will teach. Without claiming, you will lead. Faith radiates like heat. It needs no announcement. This is why the most powerful souls often appear simple. They are quiet channels for infinite strength. Understand now that infinite intelligence has never withheld from you. It has only waited for your mind to become definite. It cannot build upon confusion. It requires blueprint. Faith provides that blueprint, and discipline sustains it. The moment you cease wavering, creation begins. Law cannot act for the undecided. Therefore, decide who you are, and the universe will confirm it. When you look upon the world now, you will see order where once you saw chance. You will recognize design in every event. You will walk in gratitude, for even the smallest thing will appear as proof of the unseen power guiding your path. The world becomes your classroom, every day a lesson in mastery. At night before rest, seal this consciousness with one final auto-suggestion. I am faith embodied. I think with order, I speak with power. I act with peace. Infinite intelligence works through me, and all that I do prospers in right proportion to my purpose. Fall asleep in this awareness, and you will awaken renewed, as if the very air around you has been transformed into confidence. The man who reaches this state lives free from fear. He cannot be intimidated, for he obeys no master but law. He cannot be discouraged, for he knows that every ending is beginning. He cannot be defeated, for he recognizes defeat as direction. He no longer seeks miracles, for his life itself has become one. Now you have reached the summit of self-mastery. Discipline has given you control. Calmness has given you power. Faith has given you peace. From this height, look back upon your journey, the doubt that once crippled you, the hesitation that once delayed you, the fear that once deceived you, and see them as necessary teachers. Without them, you would never have learned the courage to command yourself. From this day forward, let no thought of limitation enter your mind. Guard your faith as a sacred flame. Speak only that which builds. Act only from conviction. Live each hour as if law itself depended on your obedience, because it does. Infinite intelligence expresses through you an exact measure of your definiteness. Say this final vow aloud, slowly, with the dignity of eternal truth. Through discipline I have gained faith. Through calmness I have gained power. Through faith I have gained peace. I am one with the law that governs all creation. I think with order, act with purpose, live in certainty, and sleep in gratitude. My faith cannot fail, for it is not mine alone. It is the voice of infinite intelligence speaking through me. Hold this consciousness as you go forth. Speak little, act much, and let every movement declare your mastery. The world will not need to be told you have changed. It will feel it. Confidence will precede you, opportunity will follow you, and peace will walk beside you. This is the crown of all discipline. The quiet conviction that what you think you become, what you believe you create, what you give to law, law returns. You are faith in motion, purpose in flesh, and certainty made visible. And from this hour, you shall never doubt again. Let me ask you a question that will not leave you alone. If you knew you could not fail, would you begin today? Would you write the plan, make the call, take the risk you've buried for years? Or would you still wait, still hesitate, still drift while time steals the chance from your hands? Most men would like to believe they would leap instantly, but in truth, most would still pause. Why? Because fear has trained them to delay even when defeat is impossible. Fear has hypnotized them into waiting for a tomorrow that never arrives. And while they wait, life chooses another man, bolder, swifter, more definite, to take the prize. You have asked yourself, why me? Why was I given this vision, this desire, this restless urge? The answer is simple, because you were chosen for more. The dream in your heart is not an accident. It is the whisper of infinite intelligence, a calling no one else can fulfill. Yet most men will silence it with excuses. They will tell themselves they are not ready, that conditions are not right, that the risk is too great. And so they bury the very destiny that was meant to crown them. I must be plain with you. The world does not care about your excuses. It only cares about your definiteness. It crowns the man who acts and forgets the man who waits. Every fortune I have studied, every leader I have examined, every triumph I have recorded, began when a man decided to act as though failure was not possible. He chose, he moved, and the universe moved with him. Now hear me. You are being tested this very moment. The test is not whether you have talent, resources, or connections. The test is whether you will decide. If you would act today as though you could not fail, you would awaken forces beyond your imagination. You would discover that failure itself is an illusion, that every defeat is only instruction, every obstacle only training, every delay only preparation. But if you continue waiting for proof, for permission, for certainty, you will waste the very years that were meant to crown you. You will die with your song unsung, your book unwritten, your dream unlived. That is the greatest failure of all, not the failure of action, but the failure of never beginning. So I ask you again, if you knew you could not fail, would you start today? If your answer is yes, then listen closely. I will not flatter you with easy promises. I will show you the law. I will show you how to command your mind, how to banish fear, how to build the fire of desire and sustain it with faith, decision, and persistence until reality bows to your will. This is the path walked by Carnegie, Edison, Ford, and Lincoln. This is the path you must walk if you would fulfill the destiny that whispers within you. You were chosen for more. The question is whether you will finally choose yourself. Every triumph begins with a first step, and that step is never taken under perfect conditions. Men wait for the day when money is abundant, when allies appear, when fear is gone, when proof is certain. That day never comes. The man who rises is the man who begins before he is ready, trusting that action itself will summon resources, allies, and courage along the way. Hesitation is more costly than defeat. A defeat teaches, sharpens, toughens. Hesitation teaches nothing, hardens nothing, yields nothing. A man who dares and fails has earned wisdom. A man who waits and drifts has only wasted years. Time is the one resource that cannot be replaced, and every day surrendered to hesitation is stolen forever from your destiny. Edwin C. Barnes proved this law. He had no money, no influence, no experience, but he carried one burning thought: to become the business associate of Thomas Edison. Had he waited for money, he would have waited forever. Instead, he acted. He boarded a freight train, arrived in rags, and declared his intention to Edison himself. That beginning, taken before he was ready, bent his destiny. Barnes did not enter Edison's office as a beggar, though he looked like one. He entered as a man who had already decided. Edison sensed it. He did not place Barnes in partnership at once, but he gave him a chance. Barnes accepted menial work, yet in his mind he was already Edison's associate. That definite beginning carried him through years until opportunity opened, and then fortune crowned him. How many men died with dreams because they never began? They excused themselves with fine reasons. I am preparing, I am waiting for the right time, I am gathering proof. But behind those words was fear. They did not begin, and so their dreams became their torment. Life crowns only the man who moves, never the man who waits. Say this with me: I begin now. I act today. Delay cannot chain me. Speak it as command. Each time you declare it, you engrave courage in your soul. Each time you act upon it, you build faith. Each time you begin without waiting for certainty, you prove to infinite intelligence that you are ready for guidance and increase. Contrast this with the drifter. He talks, he wishes, he plans endlessly, but he never begins. He waits for safety, for applause, for perfect conditions. He dies waiting. No man was ever crowned for waiting. Fortune belongs to those who dare, not those who prepare endlessly. The graveyards are filled with men who waited. The history books are filled with men who began. You stand now at the same crossroads. The question is not whether you are ready. You will never be fully ready. The question is whether you will begin. Every empire, every fortune, every triumph began with one imperfect, uncertain, daring step. You are chosen for more, but only you can choose to begin. Begin now, and the law of beginning will reward you. Failure is an illusion. No man is ever defeated until he surrenders in his own mind. What the world calls failure is only temporary defeat, instruction in disguise, training for greater endurance. The only true failure is fear. Fear paralyzes a man before he moves, convinces him to quit before he begins, chains him when victory was a few steps away. Fear is the hidden hand that robs destinies. Every life I have studied proves this law. The strongest men I knew were those who faced endless defeats, yet kept moving. The weakest men I knew were those who never tried at all. Defeat did not ruin them. Fear did. Defeat sharpened the strong, but fear hollowed the weak. To master life, you must master fear, for it is the one enemy that wears every mask, enters every home, whispers in every man's ear. There are 6 basic fears that haunt mankind: the fear of poverty, the fear of criticism, the fear of ill health, the fear of loss of love, the fear of old age, and the fear of death. Each has destroyed more fortunes, prevented more beginnings, and strangled more dreams than any other force. You may dress them in fine names, but their root is the same: paralysis. Fear stops you while courage advances. The fear of poverty is perhaps the most cunning. It convinces men to cling to wages they despise, to labor without purpose, to bury dreams under the excuse of security. Poverty itself is not the prison. The fear of it is. Poverty can be escaped by desire, decision, and persistence. But the fear of poverty keeps a man enslaved forever, even when opportunity stands open before him. Henry Ford was born without wealth. He had no inherited fortune, no powerful connections, no long education. But he did not surrender to fear of poverty. He risked ridicule, lawsuits, even bankruptcy. Yet he pressed forward. He silenced the fear of lack with the decision to act. His automobiles filled the world because he refused to bow to fear of empty pockets. His example proves that fear of poverty, not poverty itself, is the true curse. The fear of criticism is the second thief. It keeps men silent when they should speak, timid when they should act, apologetic when they should lead. The world ridicules every new idea, mocks every dreamer, laughs at every pioneer. If you fear this ridicule, you will bury your vision before it is born. Yet every man I studied who rose to greatness was once called a fool. Edison was mocked for chasing light. Lincoln was called weak. Ford was called ignorant. Their faith silenced criticism because they acted. The fear of ill health poisons many lives. Men imagine disease, speak of weakness, worry themselves into sickness. This fear steals strength by suggestion. Yet health is strengthened by faith, by positive thought, by purpose. I have seen men of frail body outlast stronger men because their minds were fixed on service and destiny. The body obeys the mind. Fear of ill health cripples both. The fear of loss of love has ruined countless souls. Jealousy, suspicion, possessiveness, all are children of this fear. It distracts the mind from purpose, consumes energy, and creates misery. Yet love thrives not by fear, but by confidence, faith, and generosity. To fear loss is to invite it. To act with faith in love is to strengthen it. The fear of old age whispers that strength will fade, opportunity will vanish, life will be over. But old age, rightly viewed, is wealth. It carries wisdom, patience, perspective. Many of the men I studied accomplished their greatest triumphs past 40. Fear of age is foolish, for time can be your ally if you persist. The man who wastes youth in drift fears age. The man who uses youth in service welcomes it. The fear of death is the last thief. It shadows every life. Men waste their years trying to avoid it, yet death comes to all. To fear it is to fear what cannot be avoided. To accept it is to be free. Every great man I knew walked calmly with the awareness that his soul was eternal and that death could not cancel his influence. Fear of death shortens life. Faith in eternity lengthens purpose. Say this with me: I master fear. I act as if defeat is impossible. Speak it with force. Each repetition engraves courage. Each act taken in defiance of fear weakens its chains. Each victory, however small, trains your subconscious to obey faith instead of doubt. Do not wait for fear to vanish before acting. Act, and fear will vanish. Henry Ford is the perfect example. Critics called him ignorant. Financiers called him reckless. Rivals sued him. Workers doubted him. Yet Ford acted. He decided. He persisted. He believed. His faith outweighed all fear. His aura radiated such certainty that men followed even when logic told them not to. His triumph was not built on machines, but on mastery of fear. The drifter bows to fear. He lets it dictate every move. He delays beginning because of poverty. He avoids decisions because of criticism. He excuses laziness with fear of ill health. He smothers love with suspicion. He despairs of age and trembles at death. His aura is dim, his life wasted, his destiny betrayed. Yet he comforts himself with the illusion that he was being cautious. In truth, he was only afraid. The decisive man conquers fear with faith. He acknowledges its whisper but acts anyway. He feels its weight but steps forward. Each step builds more courage until fear has no power. His aura radiates calm authority. Men trust him. Opportunities bend toward him. Infinite intelligence responds to him. He proves that fear is powerless against faith. Mark this. Every obstacle contains the seed of benefit. Defeat teaches persistence. Criticism teaches independence. Poverty teaches desire. Sickness teaches discipline. Loss teaches appreciation. Age teaches wisdom. Death teaches urgency. Fear blinds you to these seeds. Faith reveals them. That is why fear is the only failure, but faith transforms every failure into advantage. Say it again slowly, as if engraving it upon steel. I master fear. I act as if defeat is impossible. Write it on paper. Place it where you will see it daily. Repeat it until your subconscious believes it. Each time fear whispers, shout this decree louder. Each time fear tempts you to delay, act immediately. In this way, fear will become your servant instead of your master. The world crowns the man who acts without fear. Lincoln persisted, though mocked and defeated. Carnegie built fortune, though poor and untrained. Edison endured ridicule, though thousands of failures. Washington rose from bondage, though surrounded by prejudice. Ford filled the world with machines, though resisted by giants. Each chose faith over fear. Each proved that failure itself is an illusion. Therefore, I command you, banish fear from your temple. Speak faith daily. Act boldly. Persist through defeat. Laugh at criticism. Trust love. Welcome age. Accept death. Each day you conquer fear, you build destiny. Each day you act as though failure were impossible. You prove to infinite intelligence that you are chosen for more. And when you live this way, the world itself will yield. Desire is not a whim. It is not an accident. It is not a passing fancy to be indulged or dismissed. Desire is the signal of destiny. It is the whisper of infinite intelligence, planted in the soul as proof that you were chosen for more. Every man is given desire, but few are faithful to it. Most silence it with excuses. They call it foolish, unsafe, impossible. In truth, it is their crown waiting to be claimed. When I speak of desire, I do not mean wishing. A wish is weak, content to sigh and drift. Desire is fire. It is definite, white-hot, commanding. It consumes hesitation, it bends circumstance, it compels action. Until a man feels this fire, he will drift forever. When he feels it, no power on earth can stop him, for infinite intelligence itself rises to serve him. Andrew Carnegie proved this law. Born poor, working as a bobbin boy in a factory, he had no wealth, no influence, no education. Yet he carried a burning desire for riches and influence. That desire drove him to seize opportunities, to work with tireless energy, to rise from clerk to steel magnate. The desire was not accident, it was the signal of destiny. He obeyed it and it crowned him. Say this with me. My desire is law. It is my command and my crown. Declare it until your soul trembles. For the fire within is not random. It is proof that you were chosen. Infinite intelligence does not give great desire to men who are meant for smallness. The size of your desire is the measure of your destiny. To deny it is to betray the very reason you were born. Desire ignored becomes torment. The man who feels a dream within but buries it under excuses cannot escape restlessness. He will feel agitation, dissatisfaction, despair. He may drown it with busyness, with pleasure, with distraction, but it will not die. It will gnaw at him until his last breath. This torment is not punishment. It is mercy, urging him to act before it is too late. Desire pursued becomes triumph. The man who dares to obey the fire, who writes his aim, who repeats it daily, who acts with definiteness, will find himself lifted. Doors will open, allies will appear, ideas will arrive, opportunities will align. The world itself will conspire, for infinite intelligence crowns the faithful. His aura will blaze with certainty, and men will trust him without knowing why. Barnes, the obscure clerk who became Edison's partner, is another witness. His desire was not vague. He did not say, "I should like to work for Edison." He declared, "I will become his associate." That burning desire carried him across states, carried him through years of obscurity, carried him until opportunity appeared. His fortune was not built by talent or money, but by burning desire. The drifter feels desire but excuses it. He says, "Not now. I have no resources, I have no training, I have no chance." He smothers the fire, waiting for conditions to be perfect. They never will be. He dies with his dream buried, his fire turned to ashes, his destiny betrayed. He calls himself prudent, but in truth he was faithless. He was chosen for more, but he refused his crown. The decisive man honors desire as a command. He does not excuse, he does not delay, he does not drift. He writes his aim, he engraves it daily, he acts upon it, he burns bridges behind him and commits his soul to victory. His aura radiates inevitability. Men sense it and yield. Infinite intelligence aligns with him. He becomes unstoppable, for he is faithful to the fire that chose him. Say it again. My desire is law. It is my command and my crown. Write it. Speak it morning and night. Each time you declare it, your subconscious accepts it. Each repetition deepens the engraving. Soon your mind will believe it without question. When the mind believes, the aura radiates. When the aura radiates, the world bends. This is the rhythm of destiny. Carnegie, Ford, Edison, Lincoln, all obeyed desire. Lincoln desired union and justice. He endured ridicule, defeat, and war, but the fire never dimmed. Ford desired a car for the multitude. He endured lawsuits, mockery, and bankruptcy, but the fire drove him. Edison desired light. He endured thousands of failures, but the fire burned brighter. Each man's desire was his signal of destiny, and each man obeyed it until crowned. Do not imagine that desire will make the path easy. It will make it possible. The path will still demand labor, persistence, sacrifice. But without desire, no man will endure these costs. Only burning desire sustains through delay and defeat. Only burning desire compels persistence. Without it, the first storm will scatter you. With it, no storm can stop you. Mark this. Desire is the root of all riches, all power, all achievement. Without it, no plan has force. With it, even a poor plan will outlast opposition. It is the one resource every man possesses equally at the beginning. The world may deny you wealth, education, connections, but it cannot deny you the power to desire. That power is your birthright. To waste it is the greatest poverty. Therefore, I command you, honor your desire. Do not belittle it. Do not silence it. Do not excuse it. Write it. Declare it. Pursue it. Let it burn until your life itself is shaped by it. For this fire is not yours alone. It is the whisper of infinite intelligence, reminding you that you were chosen for more. Every man comes to the gate where two paths stand before him. One is the wide road of indecision, smooth and easy at first, but leading to drift, regret, and ruin. The other is the narrow road of decision, difficult and steep at the beginning, but leading to mastery, fortune, and freedom. This gate is not passed once. It is faced daily. Each choice you make reveals whether you are a drifter or a commander. Indecision is drift. It is hesitation disguised as caution, waiting disguised as wisdom, fear disguised as prudence. It robs more men of their destiny than defeat ever did. A man who hesitates loses opportunities, weakens his faith, and convinces his subconscious that he cannot be trusted. His aura grows dim. Men feel his uncertainty and withdraw. Life crowns the man who decides, not the one who waits. Decision is mastery. To decide is to say, "This is my course. I shall take it. I shall pay the price. I shall not turn back." The very act of decision strengthens faith, builds courage, and engraves power into the subconscious. The man who decides quickly and firmly radiates confidence. His aura brightens. Men trust him, opportunities open, infinite intelligence aligns. He bends destiny by the weight of his choice. Abraham Lincoln proved this law. During the war, he was surrounded by critics, doubters, and enemies. Advisors pressed him to compromise, to yield, to delay. But Lincoln decided firmly, the Union must be preserved. He wavered not, even when defeat seemed certain. His decision steadied a trembling nation. His aura carried authority because he had passed through the gate of power. His firmness crowned him. Henry Ford was also a man of decision. He declared he would build a car for the multitude. Engineers insisted it was impossible. Financiers mocked him. Rivals ridiculed him. Yet Ford did not drift. He decided and held to his decision. That firmness compelled his men to continue, even after failure, until the impossible was achieved. The motor car filled the earth because one man refused to waver. Contrast this with the drifter. He says, "I will decide tomorrow." Tomorrow comes, and he delays again. He shifts with every opinion, waits for certainty, follows the crowd. His aura radiates weakness. Men sense his indecision and pass him over. Opportunities vanish before his eyes, yet he comforts himself with excuses. He wonders why fortune avoids him, not knowing he broadcast uncertainty. Say this with me: I decide. My word is law to me. My decision bends destiny. Declare it with force. Write it. Repeat it morning and night. Each repetition teaches your subconscious that you can be trusted. Each decision taken, however small, builds the habit of firmness. Each habit of firmness strengthens your aura. Soon your presence will radiate command before you speak. Do not confuse decision with stubbornness. Stubbornness clings to folly, refusing to adapt. Decision fixes itself on definite aim but adjusts methods when necessary. Lincoln changed generals but never his purpose. Ford refined designs but never his aim. Edison shifted experiments but never abandoned his goal. Decision is steadfast in aim, flexible in method. The crowd fears decision. They say, "Be cautious." Wait for certainty. Gather more proof. But proof comes only after decision. Certainty is born of action, not waiting. The man who waits never finds it. The man who decides creates it. Life crowns the bold. Infinite intelligence responds to definiteness, not hesitation. Think again of Barnes, who desired to become Edison's partner. His decision was made before he boarded the train. He did not drift. He did not say, "Perhaps I will try." He said, "I will." That decision carried him through years of obscurity until victory bowed. Had he waited for money, influence, or proof, he would have died unknown. His decision bent destiny. Indecision poisons the subconscious. Every time you hesitate, you engrave weakness. Every time you postpone, you weaken faith. Every time you excuse delay, you dim your aura. Soon hesitation becomes habit, and habit becomes destiny. Men of indecision die with their dreams unfulfilled, not because fate denied them, but because they never chose. Decision strengthens the subconscious. Each time you decide quickly and firmly, you engrave confidence. Each time you act without wavering, you deepen faith. Each time you commit and persist, you brighten your aura. Soon firmness becomes habit, and habit becomes destiny. Men of decision die with their names remembered, their dreams fulfilled, their crowns secured. Right now, a definite decision. Choose a course. Fix a date. Commit yourself. Burn bridges behind you. Declare it aloud. Obey it daily. Do not waver. This act will transform your soul. It will engrave authority upon your subconscious. It will brighten your aura until men feel your certainty. It will summon infinite intelligence to open doors. Say again, I decide. My word is law to me. My decision bends destiny. Speak it until hesitation feels unnatural. Speak it until you cannot imagine drifting. Speak it until your aura radiates calm authority. This is the oath of mastery. This is the law of decision. Mark this truth. The greatest risk is not decision. It is indecision. A wrong decision can be corrected. No decision cannot. A wrong path may teach. No path teaches nothing. A wrong act may wound. No act kills destiny. Better to decide and adjust than to drift and regret. Edison failed thousands of times, but each was the fruit of decision. Ford risked lawsuits, but each was the fruit of decision. Lincoln endured criticism, but each was the fruit of decision. Their names endure because they dared to decide. The drifter's name vanishes because he dared not. Therefore I command you, pass through the gate of power, decide, commit, persist. Let no man sway you, no doubt weaken you, no delay chain you. Each decision engraves mastery. Each act of firmness bends destiny. Each day of decisiveness builds the crown you are chosen to wear. Faith is the unseen guarantee of all achievement. It is the inner voice that whispers, though the path is dark, the end is certain. It is the unseen bridge between thought and reality, the force that convinces the subconscious, the fire that compels persistence. Without faith, desire weakens, decisions waver, and persistence collapses. With faith, even the poorest man becomes rich in certainty. You cannot touch faith with your hands, nor measure it with scales, nor see it with your eyes. Yet it is more real than steel, more powerful than armies, more fruitful than mines. Every fortune I have studied was built upon faith. Every leader I have examined was sustained by faith. Every triumph I have recorded was born of faith. Without it, the greatest plans crumble. With it, even weak plans succeed. Thomas Edison proves this law. He declared that electricity could be tamed to produce light. The world mocked him. He endured thousands of failures, nights of exhaustion, years of ridicule. Yet his faith never faltered. Each defeat he counted as progress. Each failure he called a step toward victory. Faith sustained him when reason alone would have surrendered. At last light burned, and the world itself was changed. Henry Ford also proved it. He announced he would build a motor car for the multitude. Experts called him ignorant. Financiers laughed. Rivals sued. Yet his faith outweighed their doubt. He decreed his aim, persisted with his plan, and acted with unshakable belief. His aura radiated such certainty that his men continued when hope seemed gone. His faith was the unseen guarantee, and it built an empire. Abraham Lincoln was ridiculed, defeated, and opposed at every turn. Yet his faith in union never dimmed. Through war, betrayal, and sorrow, he carried an unshakable inner belief that the cause was just and victory possible. That faith steadied a divided nation. His calm radiance was not natural, it was faith. Without it, the union would have dissolved. With it, the nation endured. The drifter lacks faith. He waits for certainty before acting, not knowing certainty is born of action itself. He demands proof before believing, not knowing belief creates proof. His aura radiates doubt, and men avoid him. He postpones, he hesitates, he drifts. He convinces himself he is cautious, but in truth he is faithless. His destiny dies before it begins. Say this with me. I believe, therefore I act. Faith is my inheritance. Speak it until your heart beats with courage. Speak it until your subconscious accepts it. Each repetition engraves conviction. Each act taken in defiance of fear deepens faith. Each victory, however small, proves the law. Faith is not chance, it is habit. You build it as you build muscle by daily exercise. Do not imagine faith comes only to a few. Every man can build it. Begin with affirmations. Speak your desire aloud daily. Imagine it as already achieved. Act boldly even when fear whispers. Persist even when defeat mocks. Each repetition strengthens faith. Each act of courage weakens fear. Soon faith becomes your nature. Your aura radiates calm strength. Men feel it, trust it, and follow it. Edison did not wait for faith, he built it. Ford did not wait for certainty, he acted until certainty was created. Lincoln did not wait for support, he carried faith until support arrived. Each man proved the same law. Infinite intelligence crowns the man of faith. Ideas flow to him, allies gather around him, obstacles bend before him, his aura compels obedience. Mark this. Men of doubt radiate weakness. They may speak well, plan well, dress well, but their aura whispers uncertainty. Allies hesitate, opportunities vanish, enemies advance. Men of faith attract opportunity. They may be poor, obscure, untrained, but their aura radiates inevitability. Allies trust them, opportunities yield, enemies retreat. The difference is not in resources, but in faith. Write your desire clearly. Repeat it aloud morning and night. Imagine it as already achieved. Speak gratitude for it in advance. Act daily toward it. These are the exercises of faith. Each day you practice, you engrave conviction deeper. Each engraving brightens your aura. Each brightening compels fortune. Do not delay. Begin tonight. Say again, I believe, therefore I act. Faith is my inheritance. Write it. Place it where your eyes will see it. Repeat it until you can no longer doubt. Repeat it until hesitation feels unnatural. Repeat it until your subconscious accepts it as law. For once your subconscious accepts, your destiny is certain. Faith is the unseen guarantee. Infinite intelligence responds to faith. Doubt repels it. When you declare your aim with faith, unseen forces align. Ideas arrive, guidance appears, doors open. When you waver, nothing moves. Faith is the signal to the unseen. It is the proof of your readiness. It is the invitation to infinite intelligence to act on your behalf. Every man is tested by fear, defeat, delay. These are the proving grounds of faith. The drifter surrenders. The chosen persists. Faith is not the absence of struggle. It is the refusal to surrender. It is the calm voice that says, though the night is long, the dawn is certain. Carry this voice, and nothing can ruin you. Therefore, I command you, cultivate faith daily, speak affirmations, visualize your desire as fact, act boldly, persist without surrender, guard your mind from fear, criticism, and doubt. Each day you obey this law, your faith deepens. Each day it deepens, your aura brightens. Each day your aura brightens, fortune bends. This is the unseen guarantee. Say it one final time with conviction. I believe, therefore I act. Faith is my inheritance. Let this be your law. When faith is your habit, defeat cannot define you, fear cannot chain you, doubt cannot weaken you. With faith you will rise even from zero. With faith you will fulfill the destiny you were chosen to carry. Persistence is the crucible where destiny is tested. Every man may kindle desire. Every man may make decisions. Every man may speak affirmations, but only persistence separates the chosen from the drifting crowd. Persistence is the habit of continuing when all encouragement has fled, when the world mocks, when defeat is heavy, when fear whispers surrender. It is the iron will to endure until victory yields. Do not imagine persistence is a gift. It is a habit. It is built by decision, strengthened by faith, hardened by repeated action. Each time you endure delay without surrender, you engrave persistence deeper into your subconscious. Each time you rise after defeat, you prove to infinite intelligence that you are chosen for more. The world crowns the man who persists, not the one who begins boldly but quits swiftly. Look at R.U. Darby. He joined his uncle in the search for gold. They dug, they struck ore, they invested in machinery. For a moment, fortune seemed certain. Then the vein vanished. They drilled further, but found nothing. Discouraged, they surrendered. They sold the machinery to a junk man. That junk man consulted an engineer, drilled a few feet deeper, and struck millions. Darby had quit 3 feet from gold. That lesson haunted him, but he chose to learn. He resolved never again to quit at the first defeat. He entered the insurance business. Each time a prospect refused, he remembered the gold he left behind. He persisted until the no became yes. He built a fortune larger than the gold might have given. The difference was persistence. Failure taught him, and he obeyed the lesson. Abraham Lincoln suffered endless defeats. He failed in business. He lost elections. He was mocked as weak and foolish. Yet he persisted. His definite aim, to preserve the Union, never wavered. His defeats became his training. His endurance became his crown. By the time destiny tested him with war, his persistence had been engraved so deeply that no defeat could break him. He proved that persistence alone decides history. Henry Ford faced lawsuits, ridicule, bankruptcy. His own men doubted him. Financiers deserted him. Yet he persisted. He held to his definite aim of building a car for the multitude. He refined his methods, but never surrendered his purpose. His persistence bent rivals, lawsuits, and ridicule into stepping stones. The world drives his cars today because one man refused surrender. Edison failed thousands of times before the lamp burned. Any man of lesser persistence would have quit long before. But Edison declared, "I have not failed. I have found 10,000 ways that will not work." His persistence redefined failure. It became progress. His aura grew so steady that his assistants endured with him. Infinite intelligence crowned his persistence with light that still burns in your home. Say this with me: I persist until victory is won. Delay cannot break me. Declare it with force. Each time you repeat it, you engrave persistence deeper. Each time you act upon it, you harden it into habit. Each time you endure, you prove to yourself that surrender is not an option. This is the oath of the chosen. This is the test that crowns destiny. The drifter begins eagerly but quits quickly. He grows weary at the first delay, discouraged at the first defeat, frightened at the first criticism. He shifts from aim to aim, excuse to excuse, path to path. He convinces himself he is wise, but in truth he is weak. His aura radiates surrender. Men sense it and distrust him. Fortune flees from him. He dies with nothing finished, nothing crowned, nothing remembered. The decisive man persists. He endures storms. He withstands ridicule. He outlasts enemies. He refines methods but never abandons purpose. His aura radiates endurance. Men trust him even when they do not understand him. Fortune yields to him, for it respects only those who endure. Infinite intelligence crowns him because persistence is the final proof of faithfulness. Persistence transforms temporary defeats into permanent triumphs. Every defeat carries the seed of an equal or greater success. But that seed is invisible to the faithless. Only the man of persistence finds it. Only the man of persistence harvests it. To the quitter, defeat is final. To the persistent, defeat is instruction. The difference is destiny itself. You must expect defeat, delay, discouragement. They are part of the law. They are the training ground of persistence. If you fear them, you will surrender. If you welcome them as instruction, you will grow stronger. Each defeat is a hammer striking your character. Each delay is a fire tempering your will. Each discouragement is a weight strengthening your soul. Persist, and these tests will forge you into steel. Say again, I persist until victory is won. Delay cannot break me. Speak it at night when defeat weighs heavily. Speak it at dawn when discouragement whispers. Speak it when others mock. Each repetition silences fear. Each act of persistence engraves courage. Each day of endurance brightens your aura until men feel your inevitability. Do not imagine persistence is blind stubbornness. Stubbornness clings to error. Persistence refines method, but never surrenders purpose. Lincoln replaced generals but never abandoned the Union. Ford redesigned machines but never abandoned his aim. Edison altered experiments but never abandoned the lamp. The wise persist in aim but adapt in method. This is mastery. Every man is tested. The greater the destiny, the greater the test. Infinite intelligence does not crown the faint of heart. It crowns only those who prove themselves faithful. Persistence is the proof. If you endure, you are chosen. If you surrender, you betray your destiny. The test cannot be avoided. You must face it. Therefore, I command you, persist. Write your plan. Endure delays. Embrace defeats as instruction. Stand firm when the world mocks. Refuse surrender when fear whispers. Persist until victory is won. For when you do, your crown will be certain. Your destiny will be secured. Your name will be remembered. Say it one final time, slowly, with conviction. I persist until victory is won. Delay cannot break me. When this oath is engraved in your soul, nothing can stop you. No storm, no ridicule, no defeat, no delay. You will be inevitable. You will be crowned. You will fulfill the destiny for which you were chosen. No man rises alone. He may imagine himself solitary, boast of independence, claim self-made greatness, yet if you examine closely, you will always find other minds, other hearts, other wills in harmony with his. Behind every fortune stands alliance. Behind every enduring empire stands a circle of unified purpose. Behind every name remembered stands a mastermind. The mastermind is not chance, it is law. When two or more minds unite with perfect harmony around a definite aim, a new force is created. This force is greater than the sum of its parts. It multiplies courage, sharpens imagination, strengthens persistence, and brightens aura until the world cannot resist it. The mastermind is the unseen current of multiplied power. Andrew Carnegie confessed openly that the secret of his steel empire was not merely his own skill, but the alliances he forged. He surrounded himself with able engineers, organizers, and financiers. He united them in harmony around his definite purpose. Together, they created an aura so powerful that rivals bent, markets opened, fortunes multiplied. Carnegie's genius was not only in steel, but in assembling and directing his mastermind. Henry Ford also drew strength from alliance. He carried burning desire and faith, but he did not stand alone. He united with men of skill who solved problems he could not solve. He drew inspiration from Thomas Edison's friendship. Their shared belief multiplied each man's courage. Without these alliances, Ford's vision might have remained a dream. With them, it filled the world with automobiles. Thomas Edison's laboratory was itself a mastermind. He was called a genius, but he confessed that his success was built upon the work of many assistants, each contributing thought and effort. Their minds, united in harmony, produced inventions that changed civilization. Edison directed the current, but the current was born of unity. His laboratory was a furnace of multiplied thought. Abraham Lincoln, too, though often depicted as solitary, was sustained by a cabinet of strong minds. Some were rivals, yet under his definite purpose they found harmony. Their combined wisdom carried the nation through war. Lincoln's aura was steady, but multiplied by the master mind, it became unbreakable. Without their counsel, his burden might have crushed him. With them, he endured. The drifter rejects alliance. He says, "No one can be trusted. I must do everything myself." His pride isolates him. His fear poisons him. His aura is dim, his progress slow, his reach small. He exhausts himself in tasks that could be shared. He starves for ideas that could be multiplied. He dies unknown, a lone candle flickering in the storm. Say this with me. I unite in harmony with chosen allies. Together our field commands destiny. Speak it with conviction. Each time you declare it, you teach your subconscious that unity is power. Each time you practice it, you strengthen your aura. Each ally in harmony brightens your radiance. Each discordant partner dims it. Choose carefully, for your alliances decide your destiny. Do not mistake quantity for power. Better one faithful ally in harmony than a dozen half-hearted companions. Better 2 united in purpose than 50 bound by discord. Harmony is the condition. Definite aim is the fuel. Without these, alliance is poison. With them, it is multiplied force. Guard harmony as sacred. Nurture trust as treasure. Defend unity as life. Infinite intelligence flows more freely through harmony. When minds unite sincerely, ideas arrive that no one mind could summon alone. Inspiration flashes, guidance appears, strength multiplies. Men have told me that their greatest insights came not in solitude but in alliance. This is not accident, it is law. The Creator rewards unity with power. Look again at Charles Schwab. He rose from obscurity not only because of his service, but because of his loyalty and harmony with Carnegie's purpose. His faithfulness multiplied his own aura until he became president of the empire. His fortune was not built in isolation, but in alliance. He proved the law. Harmony with greatness multiplies greatness. The mastermind is also the safeguard of persistence. Alone, a man may falter. United, men sustain each other. When one grows weary, the other strengthens him. When one doubts, the other affirms. When one falls, the other lifts. Persistence becomes inevitable when men march in harmony. This is why armies, companies, nations endure. It is not the strength of one, but of many in unity. Say it again. I unite in harmony with chosen allies. Together our field commands destiny. Write it, repeat it, engrave it upon your soul. Seek men of faith, definiteness, persistence. Avoid complainers, cynics, doubters, for their aura poisons. Unite only with those who lift, never with those who drain. For the mastermind is sacred, and its strength is decided by the quality of its members. Do not delay forming your mastermind. Begin with one ally who shares your purpose. Meet often, exchange ideas, encourage one another, hold each other to account, guard harmony as fiercely as treasure. In time, you will feel the current grow. Ideas will flow, courage will multiply, opportunities will appear. Your aura will blaze with multiplied force. The chosen are never crowned alone. They are crowned because they built alliances. Carnegie, Ford, Edison, Lincoln, Washington, all were sustained by others. Their genius was multiplied by unity. Their aura was brightened by harmony. Their destinies were secured by alliance. The drifter who refuses alliance betrays his destiny. The decisive man who builds it secures his crown. Therefore, I command you, form your mastermind, unite with faith, serve with loyalty, persist with harmony, multiply your aura until it cannot be ignored. This is the law of unity. This is the multiplication of power. This is the step that lifts the chosen from greatness to immortality. Say it one final time. I unite in harmony with chosen allies. Together our field commands destiny. When this law governs your alliances, you will never be weak again. You will be multiplied, you will be crowned, you will fulfill the destiny for which you were chosen. There is a reason you are restless. There is a reason you dream. There is a reason you feel within you a vision no one else seems to carry. That reason is simple. You were chosen for more. Infinite intelligence does not scatter great desire like seeds upon barren ground. It plants it deliberately in souls that are meant to obey it. If you feel the fire, it is proof of calling. The question is not whether you were chosen. The question is whether you will choose yourself. The covenant is this: to take that fire, that whisper, that restless urge, and bind it daily to infinite intelligence through faith, gratitude, and decision. It is the inner agreement that your life is not an accident, that your desire is not trivial, that your destiny is not negotiable. It is the vow that you will act as if failure were impossible, that you will persist as if delay were instruction, that you will serve as if abundance were certain. This covenant cannot be forged in noise. It is built in silence. Each night before you sleep, each morning before the day begins, you must retreat into the inner court of your mind. There, in the stillness, declare gratitude for what you already possess, no matter how small. Declare your definite purpose as if it were already fact. Release fear and complaint. Impress upon your subconscious the law of your destiny. This is the covenant, and it is the source of radiance. Booker T. Washington is proof. Born in bondage, surrounded by prejudice, limited by poverty, he might have surrendered to despair. Yet he kept his inner temple filled with faith, gratitude, and vision. He communed with infinite intelligence daily. His aura radiated such calm authority that men who might have resisted him were compelled to assist him. He built schools, influenced leaders, and left a legacy of strength. His greatness was not in circumstance, but in covenant. Abraham Lincoln, in the darkest hours of civil war, when defeat loomed and the nation trembled, often retreated into silence. He prayed, he reflected, he communed with infinite intelligence. From that covenant, he drew calmness that steadied millions. His aura carried a serenity stronger than armies. That serenity was not natural. It was cultivated in the inner temple. His covenant with destiny made him unbreakable. Thomas Edison spoke of flashes of inspiration that arrived suddenly, as if whispered from outside himself. These flashes were not accidents. They were the fruit of a mind trained in persistence, faith, and silence. He impressed his subconscious daily with his definite purpose. In return, infinite intelligence supplied ideas beyond reason. His covenant with the unseen crowned him with inventions that altered civilization. The drifter neglects his covenant. He fills his mind with gossip, fear, complaint. He speaks daily of weakness, imagines sickness, magnifies poverty. His subconscious accepts these decrees as law. His aura radiates dimness. Men sense his uncertainty and distrust him. Opportunity avoids him. He blames fate, not knowing he poisoned his own temple. He was chosen for more, but he betrayed the covenant. Say this with me. I was chosen for more. I enter my inner court. Infinite intelligence walks with me. Declare it morning and night. Each time you repeat it, your subconscious accepts it more deeply. Each time you act upon it, your aura brightens. Each time you persist in it, infinite intelligence supplies more. Soon it will no longer be ritual, but reality. You will feel destiny guiding you. This covenant is not optional. Without it, the other steps weaken. Desire without covenant becomes restless hunger. Decision without covenant becomes brittle pride. Faith without covenant becomes shallow optimism. Persistence without covenant becomes weary labor. The master mind without covenant becomes mere association. Only covenant with infinite intelligence crowns them all with radiance. Mark this, the dream within you is evidence of your choosing. Infinite intelligence does not waste. It selects, it calls, it appoints. If you feel restless for more, it is because you are called for more. To ignore this call is betrayal. To obey it is fulfillment. You were not chosen to drift, to fear, to hesitate, to die with your song unsung. You were chosen to rise, to act, to persist, to create, to command. Carnegie felt this call. A poor boy laboring in a factory, yet restless for riches. He obeyed, he built alliances, he rendered service, he formed his master mind, he persisted. His covenant with destiny crowned him with fortune. Ford felt this call. An obscure mechanic, restless for machines to serve the multitude. He obeyed. He declared, he decided, he persisted, he created. His covenant crowned him with empire. The drifter feels the same whisper but excuses it. He says, "Not me. I am not ready. I am not worthy. I am too poor. I am too weak." He silences the voice until it grows faint. He buries the fire until it smolders. He convinces himself he was never chosen, but the torment of regret proves he was. He dies with excuses in his mouth and ashes in his heart. The decisive man hears the whisper and obeys. He declares, "I was chosen for more." He writes his purpose. He repeats it daily. He acts as if failure were impossible. He persists through delay. He allies with others. He communes with infinite intelligence. His aura radiates certainty. Men trust him. Fortune bends to him. History remembers him. Say it again. I was chosen for more. I enter my inner court. Infinite intelligence walks with me. Speak it until you feel calm strength rising within. Speak it until fear weakens, doubt flees, hesitation dies. Speak it until your aura radiates quiet authority. When this law is engraved in your subconscious, you will never again feel powerless. You will know you are appointed, and your destiny is inevitable. This covenant transforms even defeat. Every obstacle becomes instruction. Every delay becomes preparation. Every criticism becomes refinement. The drifter sees problems. The chosen sees training. The drifter curses the storm. The chosen sees the storm as proof he is meant to endure. This is the difference covenant creates. It turns life itself into a servant of destiny. Lincoln endured endless defeats before his crown. Washington endured prejudice before his influence. Edison endured thousands of failures before his light. Ford endured ridicule before his empire. Each was tested, but each kept covenant. Each proved chosen. Each fulfilled destiny. Their examples are law for you. They prove that the covenant is the final step, the crowning step, the decisive step. Therefore, I command you, keep your covenant, begin tonight, enter silence, speak gratitude, declare your aim, affirm your faith, release fear. Do this daily. Guard your inner court as sacred. Do not allow gossip, complaint, or doubt to enter. Fill it only with definiteness, faith, persistence, and gratitude. With this practice, your aura will blaze with a power that cannot be resisted. Say it one final time with solemn conviction. I was chosen for more. I enter my inner court. Infinite intelligence walks with me. Let it engrave itself upon your soul, for this is the crown of all steps. This is the proof of your calling. This is the covenant that guarantees your destiny. You were chosen for more. Now live as if failure were impossible. Let me strip away every excuse and speak to you without mercy. You are not broke because the world is unfair. You are not stuck because opportunity has passed you. You are not small because men conspired against you. You are where you are because fear has ruled you. That is the truth you do not want to hear. Fear has dictated your choices more than faith has. Fear made you cling to work you despise instead of building what you dreamed. Fear silenced your tongue when you had an idea that could have changed your life. Fear convinced you to wait for the perfect moment, wait for more money, wait for approval. Until the moment passed, the money vanished, and the approval never came. You think you have been careful. You think you have been wise. You have been ruled. Fear has been your hidden master, and you have bowed to it so often you call its chains by noble names: prudence, patience, realism. I am here to tell you they are not noble. They are slavery. Look back with honesty. That promotion you never pursued, fear stopped you. That business you never started, fear stopped you. That truth you never spoke, fear stopped you. And while you delayed, another man with less talent but more courage took the opportunity and built his fortune. You watched from the shadows, muttering that he was lucky. But he was not lucky. He was fearless where you were afraid. Fear has cost you more than poverty ever could. Poverty is only the absence of money. Fear is the absence of life. Poverty can be reversed in a year. Fear can waste a lifetime. And it already has wasted years of yours. You may not like hearing this. You may bristle. You may resist. You may say, "You don't know my situation." But deep down, you know it is true. You know fear has stolen from you. You can see its fingerprints all over your history. The job you stayed in too long, the relationship you endured too quietly, the decision you delayed until it rotted, the opportunity you overthought until it was gone. Fear wrote those chapters, not fate. And here is the part you will resist most. Fear is not going away. It will whisper tomorrow as it whispered yesterday. It will tell you to play safe, to hold back, to wait longer. It will tell you not now until there are no nows left. If you think you will conquer fear by waiting for it to disappear, you are already defeated. Fear does not retreat. It must be overthrown. That overthrow begins when you tell the truth, not to the world, but to yourself. The truth that fear has ruled you, the truth that your excuses were lies, the truth that your caution was cowardice. Only then can you rebel, and rebellion is the only way out. Do not imagine rebellion as bravado. True rebellion is quiet defiance, making the decision you fear, speaking the truth you dread, taking the step you postponed. It is moving with fear in your chest and trembling in your hands and acting anyway. Every act of rebellion shrinks fear's throne. Every decision, in spite of fear, weakens its grip. Say this now: fear is not my master. I strip it of its disguise. I will not call cowardice prudence. I will not call hesitation wisdom. I will not call delay caution. I call fear what it is, a liar. And I will not obey a liar another day. This is the dangerously honest truth. Fear is the reason you have not become who you could have been. And if you refuse to confront it now, it will ensure you never become him. Fear has destroyed more men than bullets. It has broken more homes than famine. It has silenced more dreams than poverty. You may deceive yourself saying circumstances are the cause of your failure, but if you search honestly, you will discover that fear is the hidden master that held you back, kept you small, and made you surrender long before defeat was certain. No enemy is as insidious as fear because it wears many disguises. Sometimes it calls itself prudence, at other times wisdom. It whispers that you must wait, prepare longer, think more, consult again. And while you wait, your best years vanish. While you pause, braver men advance. Fear does not strike with one blow. It eats you by small bites until you are hollowed out. I have studied the wreckage of men's lives. I have listened to their excuses, their justifications, their reasons why. Yet beneath all these explanations lies fear. They feared poverty, and so they clung to a safe job that never gave them freedom. They feared criticism, and so they silenced their voices. They feared failure, and so they never attempted. Fear is the jailer of greatness. The 6 ghosts of fear haunt nearly every man alive. They are the fear of poverty, criticism, ill health, loss of love, old age, and death. These ghosts are invisible, but they are real. They stalk you daily, in your thoughts, in your hesitation, in your half-hearted attempts. Until you recognize them, they will control you. Until you call them by name, they will remain your masters. The fear of poverty keeps men chained to work they despise. They tell themselves it is practical, but the truth is they fear stepping into the unknown. The fear of criticism silences new ideas before they are spoken. Men sit on their hands not because they lack thought, but because they fear ridicule. Thus fear guards the gate, and inside withers the seed of genius. The fear of ill health robs men of energy even when their bodies are strong. It keeps them from venturing boldly, reminding them of frailty, whispering of weakness. The fear of loss of love enslaves men to relationships that drain them, convincing them they are nothing alone. The fear of old age persuades men it is too late, while the fear of death makes them live as if already buried. These 6 fears are thieves, and their theft is subtle. They rarely strike openly. Instead, they shape your daily habits. They make you hesitate when you should decide. They create excuses when you should act. They convince you to overthink when you should execute. They keep you busy but never progressing. They keep you safe but never victorious. Fear is the silent author of wasted lives. Consider R.U. Darby, who pursued a gold vein in Colorado. He worked, dug, and believed until the vein seemed to vanish. Fear whispered defeat into his ear. Fear told him the effort was wasted. So he quit, sold his equipment, and returned home. Yet the man who bought his claim consulted an engineer, dug a mere 3 feet deeper, and struck one of the richest deposits ever found. Darby's fortune was lost, not by lack of opportunity, but by fear. Fear of more wasted effort, fear of deeper loss, fear of ridicule. His story has repeated itself in millions of lives. Men give up on their dreams when fear whispers that success is gone. They quit when they are closest to triumph. Fear convinces them they are defeated when victory waits just one step further. I will be brutally honest with you. Fear has already stolen from you. It has taken years you can never recover. It has stolen decisions you never made. It has robbed you of opportunities you never seized. It has cost you friendships, fortunes, and victories. And it will continue to rob you until you stand against it, call it by name, and strip it of its disguise. You may pride yourself on caution. You may tell yourself you are deliberate, thoughtful, wise. But I ask you, is it wisdom or is it fear? Wisdom evaluates quickly and acts. Fear evaluates endlessly and drifts. Wisdom seeks counsel, then decides. Fear seeks counsel as an excuse not to decide. Do not lie to yourself. Much of what you call prudence is fear clothed in respectability. You may claim you are waiting for the right time. I say to you, the right time never comes. Fear will always invent a reason why now is not enough. Fear will point to your lack of resources, your lack of experience, your lack of certainty. Fear never runs out of reasons. And so men wait their lives away, listening to fear's counsel until time runs out and regret becomes their only harvest. I have seen men paralyzed by fear of criticism. They possessed ideas that could have changed industries, yet they silenced themselves, fearing ridicule. Years later, another man, bolder and less qualified, voiced the same idea and built a fortune. What was the difference? Not talent, not education, only fear. One man surrendered to it, the other ignored it, and the world crowned the fearless. I have seen men waste away in jobs they despised, chained by fear of poverty. They said, "At least I have security." But security is the prison of the timid. They traded their freedom for a cage, and though the bars were invisible, they were real. Their potential rotted behind those bars, while others, daring to risk, seized wealth, freedom, and fulfillment. The difference was not chance. It was fear. Fear has no mercy. It does not care about your talents, your dreams, your potential. It only seeks to paralyze you. It whispers until you doubt yourself. It magnifies every obstacle until you believe it impossible. It invents excuses until you accept mediocrity. It disguises itself as reason until you believe you are wise and surrender. But strip away the disguises, and you will see the truth. Fear is a liar. Say with me now, fear is not my master. Fear does not command me. I see its disguises, and I strip them away. I will not call cowardice prudence. I will not call hesitation wisdom. I will not call excuses reason. I call fear by its name. I face it directly. I rise above it. I act in spite of it. Fear will not rob me another day. If you want truth, here it is. Fear is the greatest enemy of mankind. It has enslaved more men than chains. It has imprisoned more minds than tyrants. It has broken more homes than poverty. It has ruined more enterprises than competition. It is not external. It is within you. And until you defeat it there, no external victory will last. Fear is the inner tyrant you must overthrow. Look closely at your own life. Where has fear silenced you? Where has it stolen from you? What dream have you postponed? What decision have you avoided? What opportunity have you declined because fear whispered in your ear? Do not lie to yourself. You know the answer. Face it. Admit it. Drag your fear into the light. for only then can you crush it. Fear does not merely whisper defeat. It enslaves the mind. It places invisible chains upon thought. It narrows vision until opportunity vanishes. It hypnotizes men into indecision. In Outwitting the Devil, I described how drifting becomes the devil's tool. Drifting is the natural state of those who allow fear to rule. It is the slow death of definiteness, the decay of purpose. The drifter is not always lazy. He may be busy, even frantic, but he is busy without purpose. Fear directs him to move without progress, to talk without decision, to plan without execution. His mind becomes like a ship adrift without rudder, tossed by every current of opinion, controlled by every stronger will around him. This is how fear makes slaves of men while they imagine themselves free. Fear distorts perception. It magnifies risk until it appears overwhelming. It shrinks opportunity until it appears worthless. It takes the ordinary shadows of life and paints them as monsters. The timid man believes these illusions, and so he shrinks back. The bold man sees them for what they are, phantoms and advances. The one drifts into mediocrity, the other seizes destiny. I know this enslavement personally. There was a time I too was paralyzed by fear. After the murder of my associate, Don Mellett, I received threats upon my life. I fled to West Virginia and hid in the mountains. There, for months, fear ruled me. I scarcely left the house. My body was strong, but my mind was chained. I knew the principles of success, but I could not apply them. Those months were my living death. Each day I told myself I would act tomorrow. Each night I resolved to change. Yet when morning came, fear whispered, "Not today." Thus I drifted, trapped by invisible chains. The paralysis was not physical, it was mental. My faculties were dulled, my imagination silenced, my faith crushed. I was a prisoner of my own mind. It was only when I rebelled that the chains broke. One night I walked, repeating to myself, "There is a way out and I will find it." I walked until my other self awoke. In that moment I felt a new force rise within me. It was faith, the antidote to fear. Fear had enslaved me until I discovered definiteness. Faith and definiteness shattered the hypnosis. This is how fear enslaves you. It convinces you to wait, to hide, to settle. It whispers that you are cautious, that you are prudent, that you are protecting yourself. But beneath those words is bondage. You are not cautious. You are paralyzed. You are not prudent. You are defeated. You are not protecting yourself. You are enslaving yourself to fear. Fear convinces men to settle for less than they desire. It whispers, "Be content with this," when within them burns the desire for more. It persuades them to remain in safe positions, though their souls hunger for freedom. It tells them to remain silent, though truth burns in their throats. It convinces them to bend their lives to the expectations of others. Fear's counsel is always surrender. Fear feeds on hesitation. Each time you delay, fear grows stronger. Each time you make an excuse, fear's grip tightens. Each time you overthink, fear laughs, for you have chosen paralysis over progress. Fear's hypnosis deepens with repetition. Before long, the man no longer notices his chains. He accepts mediocrity as natural. He calls his slavery realism. He calls his surrender wisdom. Say with me now, fear does not command me. I think with definiteness. I act with courage. My mind is not a prison. It is my kingdom. I will not drift. I will not surrender to hesitation. I will not believe fear's lies. I will choose definiteness. I will walk in courage. I will build my life by faith, not by fear. My thoughts are free and my destiny is mine. The enslaved mind cannot imagine, it cannot plan, it cannot believe, it can only react. This is why men who drift remain servants. They cannot think beyond survival. They cannot rise above routine. They live as pawns, controlled by stronger wills, because fear has stolen their definiteness. Only by breaking fear's chains can a man rise to mastery. Only by courage can he govern himself. Fear blinds opportunity. The fearful man looks at the same facts as the bold man, but sees only danger. Where the bold man sees a door, the fearful man sees a wall. Where the bold man sees a challenge, the fearful man sees a defeat. Opportunity does not vanish. It is simply invisible to those enslaved by fear. To conquer fear is to see clearly. Fear convinces men to follow the crowd. It whispers that safety lies in numbers. It tells them that blending in protects them. But the crowd is composed of drifters. They are united not by courage, but by fear. They fear poverty, so they cling to jobs they despise. They fear criticism, so they silence their uniqueness. They fear risk, so they surrender ambition. The crowd is fear's congregation. Faith is the only escape from fear's hypnosis. Faith restores vision. Faith rebuilds imagination. Faith rekindles desire. Faith commands action. Where fear enslaves, faith liberates. Where fear blinds, faith reveals. Where fear paralyzes, faith empowers. Faith is the weapon by which you overthrow fear's tyranny. It is the first step toward freedom, the only antidote to drifting. Hear me well. Fear is not a warning. It is a liar. It promises protection, but delivers paralysis. It whispers safety, but delivers slavery. It says wait, but delivers wasted years. It says you cannot, but delivers regret. When fear speaks, you must answer with faith. You must refuse its counsel. You must expose it for the liar it is. Only then will its chains dissolve. Fear always demands a price, and that price is life itself. It robs men not with a sudden blow, but with slow thefts. The day you hesitated, the opportunity you postponed, the dream you buried. Fear does not shout, it whispers. Yet those whispers cost you fortunes, relationships, health, and years that can never be returned. Its bill arrives silently, but is always paid in full. I have seen men of talent starve, not for lack of opportunity, but for lack of courage to seize it. They sat on ideas that could have shaped industries. They wrote nothing, spoke nothing, built nothing, because they feared criticism. Years later, they wept as another man, less gifted but more daring, turned the same idea into empire. Fear demanded their silence and collected their destiny. I have watched families destroyed by fear. The father clung to the illusion of safety, hiding behind a meager wage, afraid to risk for more. His children grew up seeing timidity as virtue, watching their dreams die in imitation. Fear's poison runs through generations. The price is not paid by one man alone. It is paid by all who live under his influence until someone breaks the chain. The fear of poverty is the most common thief. It convinces men to cling to security and surrender freedom. It keeps them chained to work that drains their souls, saying, "At least you are safe." But safe from what? From growth? From freedom? From destiny? The man who fears poverty never escapes it. He pays its price daily, in wasted time and untapped potential. The fear of criticism strangles ambition. How many voices have remained silent because of it? How many books unwritten, inventions untested, ventures unattempted? Men say, "What will they think of me?" And in that question lies their defeat. The critics are forgotten within years, yet their ghosts live on in the silence of those who feared them. Fear of criticism has cost mankind more than war. The fear of ill health magnifies weakness. Men surrender strength long before sickness arrives. They imagine frailty, and so they live timidly. Fear of loss of love enslaves men to unworthy relationships, making them betray themselves for approval. Fear of old age persuades them it is too late, and so they stop building. Fear of death robs them of life itself. Each fear extracts its price. Look at Abraham Lincoln. He faced ridicule at every turn. Newspapers called him a fool. Rivals mocked his appearance, his voice, his manner. He failed in elections repeatedly. Yet he refused to bow to fear of criticism or failure. He persisted, and destiny crowned him with leadership in history's darkest hour. Fear demanded his surrender. He refused, and the world is different because of it. Now look at the countless nameless men of his time. Many were more educated, more wealthy, more connected. Yet fear ruled them, and so their names are forgotten. The difference was not birth nor opportunity, but courage. Lincoln paid the price of ridicule, but refused to pay the greater price of fear, surrender. His example proves the truth. Fear robs only those who submit. Ask yourself honestly, what has fear already stolen from you? Perhaps a business you never began, a love you never pursued, a decision you postponed. Perhaps years of wandering, drifting, excusing. Perhaps the habit of hesitation, now so ingrained that you hardly notice it. Do not tell yourself that the loss was fate. It was fear. And unless you rebel, fear will continue collecting its price. Do not comfort yourself with small victories while fear devours your greater destiny. A man may appear successful while still ruled by fear. He may hold a position, earn a living, even be respected. But deep within, he knows he has betrayed himself. He feels the emptiness of unfulfilled purpose. He knows fear has robbed him. The world may not see his slavery, but he feels its chains. Say with me now, I will not pay fear's price another day. I will not surrender years, opportunities, or dreams to its demands. I will face criticism. I will endure failure. I will risk poverty. I will accept death when it comes, but I will not live as fear's debtor. I choose freedom over slavery. I choose courage over timidity. I choose destiny over drifting. Fear demands regret as its final payment. In old age, when men look back, the sharpest pain is not what they did, but what they did not do. They remember the chances they did not take, the words they did not speak, the life they did not live. This regret is the compound interest of fear's debt. It grows heavier with each year until it crushes the spirit. Do not imagine you will escape by compromise. Fear never bargains fairly. It takes more than you offer. You give it 1 year, and it demands 10. You yield one dream, and it demands them all. You silence one idea, and it silences your whole voice. The only escape is total rebellion. You must refuse to pay its price altogether. Nothing less will free you. This is the truth you do not want to hear. Fear has already stolen from you, and it will not stop. Unless you rise, it will rob you until your last breath. Look honestly at your life. Look at the empty places where dreams should be. Look at the wasted years you cannot recover. That is the price fear has already taken, and it waits to take more. No man conquers fear politely. You cannot reason with it, bargain with it, or ask it kindly to step aside. Fear is a tyrant, and tyrants fall only when opposed. To conquer fear, you must rebel. You must rise against it as a slave rises against his master, tearing away chains, burning bridges behind him, declaring in word and deed, I will not crawl another day. The timid man waits for permission. The rebel seizes freedom. Fear thrives on compliance. Each time you bow, it grows stronger. Each time you delay, it sinks its claws deeper. The man who would conquer fear must revolt, not drift. He must act when afraid, speak when trembling, decide when uncertain. Rebellion is not comfort. It is courage expressed in defiance. Look to Edison. For years he was mocked for his endless experiments. Each failure was a stone thrown by critics. Most men would have retreated, silenced by fear of ridicule. Edison refused. He defied the voices. He rebelled against the demand to quit. He decided that light would be born, and he persisted until it was. His rebellion against fear of being wrong gave the world illumination. Consider Rockefeller. He entered business in chaos, with competition fierce and enemies multiplying. He faced lawsuits, opposition, and threats of ruin. Yet he did not yield to fear of collapse. He confronted rivals with calm defiance, tightened his methods, expanded his control. While others panicked, he rebelled against fear of failure. That rebellion forged the empire of Standard Oil. Rebellion is expressed in decision. To decide means to cut away all other options. It is to burn the bridge behind you, to destroy retreat, to declare that the only way is forward. Fear thrives where men leave escape routes. Fear says, keep your options open. Faith says, commit. The rebel chooses definiteness. His decision itself is rebellion, for it declares war upon fear. Say with me now, I rebel against fear. I burn its bridges. I do not retreat. I do not crawl. I do not bow. I decide, and my decision is law. I am not fear's servant. I am fear's master. I rebel in thought. I rebel in action. I rebel in destiny. Fear may whisper, but I will shout. Fear may threaten, but I will act. Fear is conquered because I rebel. Do not imagine rebellion is loud noise. True rebellion is steadfastness. It is standing firm when all others yield. It is choosing the path of courage though your knees shake. It is walking forward though fear screams for you to stop. It is taking one more step when fear insists you quit. Rebellion may be quiet, but it is relentless. That relentlessness breaks fear's back. Every man who rose to greatness chose rebellion over compliance. Lincoln rebelled against division when compromise seemed easier. Ford rebelled against experts who declared his vision impossible. Carnegie rebelled against poverty, refusing to let it define him. Schwab rebelled against hesitation, taking bold action when others delayed. Their rebellion was not against men alone, but against fear itself. Fear will never applaud your rebellion. Expect resistance. When you rise, it will roar louder. When you act, it will sharpen its threats. But its fury is proof of its weakness. A tyrant screams loudest when its throne shakes. When you rebel, fear will rage. But if you continue, its power collapses. Defiance reveals its hollowness. Rebellion exposes fear as a phantom. Fear tells you to wait until you are ready. Rebellion acts before readiness. Fear says, you may fail. Rebellion answers, then I will fail forward. Fear says, you will be mocked. Rebellion replies, let them mock. Fear says, you cannot. Rebellion says, watch me. Every act of rebellion silences fear. Every step forward robs it of strength. Say again with me, I rebel against fear. I burn its bridges. I will not crawl. I will conquer. My decisions are definite. My actions are bold. My spirit is unbreakable. Fear may threaten, but I defy it. Fear may whisper, but I refuse it. Fear is not my master. I am fear's overthrower. I am the rebel who breaks its chains, and I will not return to slavery. Remember this truth. Politeness cannot defeat fear. Argument cannot persuade it. Only rebellion destroys it. You must decide, act, persist, and burn the bridges behind you. This is the way of all who conquer. And those who refuse rebellion, who drift and comply, remain slaves. Their chains are invisible, but their bondage is real. Choose rebellion and choose freedom. No man is born fearless. Courage is not a gift. It is a habit. Fearlessness is trained, like the muscles of the body or the discipline of the soldier. The mind can be drilled until courage becomes its natural response. Just as fear grows by repetition of hesitation, so faith grows by repetition of boldness. You are not condemned to live as fear's slave. You can train your mind to master it. The first training is definiteness of purpose. A mind with no aim drifts, and a drifting mind is food for fear. When you know precisely what you want, fear has less power. Desire burns away doubt. Carnegie's steel empire began when he fixed a clear purpose. He knew what he demanded of life, and that definiteness kept him steady when fear whispered otherwise. Purpose itself is armor. The second training is repetition of faith. Words spoken daily to yourself sink into the subconscious. The subconscious acts upon what it receives most often. If you repeat fear, it multiplies fear. If you repeat faith, it multiplies courage. Ford told himself, "I will build a car for the masses." He repeated this vision until his subconscious accepted it as fact, and soon the world accepted it as reality. The third training is auto-suggestion. Write your purpose clearly. Read it morning and night. Speak it aloud. Picture it in your mind until you feel it as real. This practice imprints definiteness upon the subconscious. Schwab did this when he envisioned the expansion of Carnegie's steel interests. He rehearsed the picture until his actions aligned with it, and his boldness convinced others to follow. Say with me now, I am not fear's servant. I trust, I persist, I master. My purpose is definite. My faith is certain. My habits are bold. My subconscious is trained to obey courage. I repeat faith daily. I speak courage daily. I act boldly daily. I will not drift. I will not hesitate. I will not submit. I am the master of fear, and my mind is trained for victory. The fourth training is habit of small, bold acts. Courage is not born in great moments. It is forged in daily practice. Speak when you fear silence. Act when you fear delay. Decide when you fear uncertainty. Each small victory strengthens the muscle of courage. By the time greater battles come, you will be armed. The man who waits for courage before acting never acts at all. Carnegie practiced courage by surrounding himself with men stronger than himself. Many would fear being outshone, but he embraced it. He trained himself to rely on cooperation, not pride. Ford practiced courage by rejecting the counsel of experts. Each time he stood firm, he grew bolder. Schwab practiced courage by speaking with conviction beyond his years, training his voice to command authority. Fearlessness is not recklessness. The reckless man acts without thought. The fearless man acts with definiteness. He knows the risks, but he refuses to bow before them. He trains himself to see obstacles as steps, criticism as fuel, defeat as instruction. His mind is disciplined to interpret every event in his favor. This training transforms fear from master into servant, from obstacle into teacher. Train your mind to expect difficulty. Do not be surprised by opposition. Welcome it as part of growth. Each time fear rises, you have an opportunity to train courage. Each time you conquer hesitation, you strengthen your will. Each time you persist against doubt, you sharpen your edge. The battlefield of the mind is daily, and training is never complete. You must drill courage every day. Say again with me, I am not fear's servant. I trust, I persist, I master. My habits are bold. My thoughts are definite. My faith is trained. My actions are certain. I will not tremble at obstacles. I will not retreat at criticism. I will not surrender at defeat. I have trained my mind to rise. I have drilled my spirit to conquer. I am fear's master, and victory is mine. This is the truth. Crises do not make men. They reveal them. The man who has not trained his mind for courage collapses in crisis. The man who is trained rises higher. You cannot wait for the storm to prepare. You must practice courage in the calm. Train daily, and when fear roars, your reflex will be defiance. You will not need to think. Your habits will act for you. Carnegie, Ford, Schwab, none of them were free of fear, but they trained their minds until faith became stronger. They drilled courage until it became instinct. They practiced boldness until hesitation was foreign. Their victories were not accidents. They were the results of training. You, too, must discipline your thoughts, your words, your actions, until courage is your nature. That is the price of mastery. Most men see fear only as an enemy, but I tell you, it can be a teacher. When fear rises, it reveals precisely where you must grow. The thing you fear is the thing you must face. If you fear speaking, you must speak. If you fear risk, you must risk. If you fear failure, you must attempt. Fear points not to your limit, but to your next lesson. The man who avoids what he fears surrenders mastery. He hides from the very training that would strengthen him. But the man who walks into his fear discovers that it loses power. Each time you act in the face of fear, its spell weakens. Each time you turn away, its chains tighten. Fear teaches courage only to those who obey the lesson to confront it. My own son, born without ears, could have been crippled by fear. Doctors said he would never hear or speak. But I refused that verdict. I trained him with faith and persistence. He faced ridicule from others, yet he rose above it. By believing he could, he did. Fear taught him that weakness could become strength if faced with courage and persistence. Henry Ford faced the constant fear of impossibility. Experts said his idea of a single-block V8 engine could not be done. Fear whispered that they were right, yet he persisted. He walked into the impossibility until it yielded. The impossible became reality because he refused to accept fear as master. Fear taught him endurance, and endurance gave him triumph. Adversity often carries the seed of equivalent advantage. That seed is planted in the soil of fear. Where you are most afraid lies your greatest opportunity. The timid avoid it, so they never harvest it. The courageous face it, and they discover the hidden treasure. Fear exposes the precise direction where mastery is waiting to be claimed. Your fear is the map to your power. Say with me now, fear is my teacher, not my master. It shows me where to grow, and I obey. I do not retreat. I do not hide. I step into the fire of fear until it loses strength. I transform its threat into instruction. I take its seed and grow advantage. Fear does not destroy me. It instructs me. I learn, I rise, I master. Do not misunderstand me. Fear will never vanish completely. It will appear again at each new level. But instead of dreading it, welcome it. Say to yourself, here is my next lesson. Each fear faced makes the next easier. Each mountain climbed makes the next less steep. Soon what once terrified you becomes routine, and your horizon expands. This is the growth of a master. Lincoln feared the collapse of the Union. Every day in the White House was filled with doubt and opposition. But instead of fleeing, he leaned into it. He allowed fear to teach him patience, endurance, and unyielding focus. By doing so, he preserved a nation. His greatness was not the absence of fear, but his refusal to let it master him. Fear became his tutor in fortitude. And ask yourself now, what do I fear most? Is it poverty? Then your lesson is to act boldly in enterprise. Is it criticism? Then your lesson is to speak truth and endure ridicule. Is it failure? Then your lesson is to persist until victory. The fear you resist will persist. The fear you confront will dissolve. The lesson you avoid becomes your prison. Say again with me, fear is my teacher, not my master. It points the way I must go. It reveals my next step. It is not my ruler, but my guide. I face it, I obey its lesson, and I rise higher. Each fear I conquer expands my power. Each fear I face strengthens my faith. I am not fear's victim. I am fear's student, and I will graduate as master. You may feel fear as trembling, as doubt, as hesitation. Do not wait for it to disappear. Move while it shakes you. Speak while your voice quivers. Act while your knees knock. For when you do, you prove that fear is powerless. It can rattle your body, but it cannot command your will. And once you have acted, you will laugh at the phantom that once chained you. This is the paradox. Fear loses power only when you face it. It grows stronger the more you run. Many spend their lives running, never realizing they are feeding their enemy. The courageous stop running. They turn, face it, and walk through it. On the other side, they find strength they never knew they had. The seed of advantage blooms where fear once stood. There comes a stage beyond rebellion, beyond training, beyond even using fear as teacher. It is the stage where you live above fear altogether. This is not recklessness nor blindness. It is mastery. the building of a mental fortress so strong that fear may knock at your gate, but it cannot enter. Within that fortress, you are calm, steady, and unshakable. The fortress is built of 5 stones: faith, definiteness, persistence, imagination, and organized planning. Each stone reinforces the others. Faith is the foundation, for without it all crumbles. Definiteness is the wall that directs every force toward your purpose. Persistence is the guard who never sleeps. Imagination is the tower from which you see beyond the horizon. Planning is the structure that orders it all. Lincoln's mind was such a fortress. When war split his nation, critics screamed from every corner, urging surrender or compromise. He listened, but his inner fortress remained steady. His faith anchored him. His definiteness directed him. His persistence sustained him. His imagination pictured unity when others saw only ruin. His planning guided armies and decisions. Fear raged outside, but within he was calm. You too can build such a fortress. Guard your subconscious from the poison of critics. Do not let their words take root. Build routines that strengthen faith. Feed your mind with definiteness each morning by reviewing your purpose. Train persistence with daily action. Let imagination stretch you beyond fear's illusions. Shape organized plans so fear cannot scatter you. This is the architecture of mastery. Say with me now, my mind is a fortress. No fear can enter. I guard its gates. I choose what I allow. I feed it only faith, definiteness, persistence, imagination, and order. I reject doubt. I reject hesitation. I reject drifting. I rule myself. I command destiny. My fortress is unshakable. My mind is impregnable. Fear may roar outside, but inside I am calm. Notice the calmness in true courage. It is not frantic, not reckless, not noisy. It is steady, sure, confident. The fortress does not panic when storms arise. It simply stands. So it is with the man who has built mastery. His voice is calm while others shout. His step is firm while others tremble. His faith is steady while others collapse. This quiet strength is the mark of true mastery. Persistence must patrol the walls. Every day, fear seeks an opening. It sends doubts disguised as reason, criticism disguised as advice, hesitation disguised as caution. If you do not persist, these intruders slip inside. But when persistence is vigilant, no doubt remains long, no criticism lingers, no hesitation grows. Fear cannot thrive in a mind that persists daily. Faith must be renewed constantly. A fortress neglected crumbles. So with faith you must repeat it, affirm it, act upon it. Feed your mind with words of conviction. I believe, I trust, I persist. The subconscious thrives on repetition. Each repetition strengthens the walls. Soon faith becomes natural and fear becomes foreign. Your inner world becomes unshakable, regardless of the chaos outside. Imagination must raise your vision. Fear shrinks horizons. Imagination expands them. Within your fortress, climb to the tower daily. Picture the future you demand. See yourself already victorious. Hear the applause, count the riches, feel the freedom. Imagination paints your fortress with glory, keeping your spirit strong. Without it, the walls may grow dull. With it, your courage shines. Organized planning is the order within. A fortress without order is chaos. So with your life, make plans, keep structure, direct action. Do not allow drifting or waste. Plan your day, your week, your work. Each plan is a stone laid. Soon your life is orderly, and fear has no room to sow confusion. Disorder invites fear. Order expels it. Say again with me, my mind is a fortress. I guard its gates. I rule my thoughts. I feed only faith, definiteness, persistence, imagination, and planning. I reject critics. I reject doubts. I reject drifting. I am calm. I am steady. I am unshakable. Fear is noise outside my walls, but inside I am sovereign. Fear does not rule me. I rule myself. This is living above fear, not denying its existence, but denying its entrance. You will still hear it knocking, still see it circling, but you will not open the gate. You will look down from your tower with calm eyes and continue your purpose. This steadiness is the true crown of mastery, the calmness of one who lives above fear, untouchable by its storm. You must accept this dangerous truth. Fear never fully dies. It waits, watching. It lurks in the corners of your mind, ready to rise when you hesitate. But mastery does not mean fear vanishes. Mastery means fear cannot rule. The master feels fear and acts anyway. He recognizes its voice, but he does not obey. He knows fear's tricks, and he calls them lies. Fear whispers that tomorrow is safer. Mastery answers, now is the only time I have. Fear hisses, you are not ready. Mastery replies, I will never be ready if I wait. Fear shouts, you may fail. Mastery declares, I may fail, but I will persist until I succeed. Mastery is not the absence of fear. It is domination over fear by decisive action and unwavering faith. The men who shaped history were not immune to fear. They were masters of it. Edison feared wasted years, yet he persisted until light came. Ford feared ridicule, yet he produced his car for the masses. Carnegie feared poverty, yet he built his empire. Lincoln feared ruin, yet he held to unity. They did not wait for fear to leave. They acted in spite of it and turned it into fuel. Say with me now, fear is not my master. I live by faith. I decide and persist until triumph is mine. I may feel fear, but I do not obey it. I may hear its lies, but I answer with truth. I am not a slave to hesitation. I am not chained by doubt. I act, I persist, I conquer. Fear watches me, but I rise above it, and it cannot rule me. You have walked with me through the faces of fear, how it enslaves, how it robs, how it demands a price, how you must rebel, train, and even learn from it. Now you stand at the gate of mastery. The choice before you is simple. Continue drifting or act. Fear thrives in delay. Destiny rewards decision. Each day wasted is submission to fear. Each act of courage is victory over it. Fear is cunning. It tells you that listening once is enough. It says, you know this now, you need not return. But mastery requires repetition. Each time you return to these truths, you see deeper. Just as when you reread Think and Grow Rich and discover sentences you swore were not there before, so will you find new truths each time you listen again. The first time you may feel stirred but still hesitant. The second time you will see yourself in these words. The third time you will feel them burn within you. By the 10th time they will live in your subconscious. And when fear whispers, your trained mind will answer without thought. That is mastery. Not knowledge alone, but repetition until identity is transformed. So I urge you, do not treat these words as a passing inspiration. Treat them as drills for your mind. Return daily. Repeat the affirmations until they ring in your soul. Speak them until your voice trembles with certainty. Let them carve pathways of faith into your subconscious so deep that fear can no longer cover them. This is the only way to build lasting mastery. Say again with me, fear is not my master. I live by faith. I decide and persist until triumph is mine. I burn hesitation. I crush doubt. I rebel against timidity. I train courage daily. I welcome fear's lessons. I build my fortress. I repeat truth until it becomes flesh. I master fear not by waiting for it to vanish, but by acting until it obeys me. I will tell you plainly, if you do not act now, fear has already won. If you finish these words and drift back to hesitation, you have submitted again. Mastery begins with immediate action. Do something bold today. Make the decision you have delayed. Speak the truth you have hidden. Start the work you have postponed. Each act declares to fear, you are not my master. When you act, your faith grows. When you decide, your strength doubles. When you persist, your courage multiplies. Soon, fear's voice becomes faint, its power dissolves, its lies are exposed. And though it will return tomorrow, you will smile, for you have trained your mind to answer. You will know fear is only the shadow. and you are the substance. You have wasted too many hours walking half steps toward your aims, glancing over your shoulder to see who might approve, who might oppose, and who might laugh. That hesitation has been the thief of more dreams than poverty, more opportunities than lack of education. I tell you now, hesitation is the silent partner of defeat, and you have tolerated it for too long. The man who moves timidly invites the world to block his path. The man who moves boldly makes the world move for him. This is not a matter of fortune, it is a matter of law. In Think and Grow Rich, I name the 6 ghosts of fear, and chief among them for the timid soul are the fear of failure, the fear of criticism, and the lack of decision. These are the chains that bind the feet of the drifting man. Ask yourself, when was the last time you acted as if victory was certain? Not hoped, not guessed, not waited for, but certain? When was the last time you decided without delay and refused to revisit the decision? If you cannot recall, it is because you have been practicing the habit of hesitation, and habit becomes character. The character of the hesitant man is written in missed chances and lost years. Consider Henry Ford in the early days of the automobile. Experts told him the public would never accept the motor car. Bankers refused him. Engineers doubted him. Yet Ford moved as if his vision was inevitable. He did not wait for the blessing of the wise. He did not soften his plans to please the cautious. He fixed his aim and advanced without apology. The result was an industry remade in his image. Every man has 2 choices. He may live in the shadow of fear, or he may walk in the sunlight of decisiveness. Fear will whisper that you must wait for the right time, the right knowledge, the right support. But the truth is this: the right time will never come. The right conditions will never align. The right assurances will never appear. The man who wins is the man who decides and moves now. Hesitation is not harmless. It ages the spirit, bends the posture, and drains the fire from the eyes. Boldness, on the other hand, renews the soul. Every decisive act taken in the face of uncertainty adds strength to the will and youth to the heart. That is why the bold seem always alive, because they are constantly moving towards something worthy. If you would test this law, begin today. Choose one decision you have delayed, perhaps for months, perhaps for years, and act upon it before this day ends. Do not consult the doubters. Do not weigh the obstacles. Move as if the outcome were certain. This will feel unnatural at first, for you have trained yourself in hesitation. But boldness, too, is a habit, and it is built the same way, by repetition. Do not confuse boldness with recklessness. The bold man is not careless. He is committed. He moves with a plan, with a purpose, and with the full power of his belief behind him. He does not move because he knows every detail. He moves because he has decided the aim is worth any cost, and because he knows that action reveals what delay conceals. Affirm now, aloud and without doubt, I move as one who cannot lose. My steps are firm. I advance without apology. Speak it until your tone matches the words, until your spine straightens and your eyes fix forward. Repeat it when fear approaches. Repeat it when you feel the weight of hesitation pulling at your feet. From this moment, you are no longer a man who waits. You are a man who moves, and the world, seeing your certainty, will step aside or be carried with you toward the victory you have already claimed in your mind. You will never move boldly until the mind accepts the end result as certain. The timid man waits for proof. The bold man builds the proof inside his own mind until it becomes a command to his body. This is the law. The subconscious will not permit you to act with conviction toward any end you do not first believe to be already yours. Therefore, before your hand can grasp it, your mind must own it. It is not enough to wish. Wishes are the idle amusements of the drifter. They flutter in the wind like dry leaves, moving in whichever direction chance blows them. The builder, the conqueror, the man who commands results, deals not in wishes but in definite visions. Visions so complete in detail, so repeated in thought, so fixed in feeling, that the subconscious accepts them as established facts. In Think and Grow Rich, I gave you 6 steps to transform desire into riches. These steps are not mere counsel. They are the method by which a man locks his aim into the machinery of his own mind until it moves toward him as surely as he moves toward it. Yet most will read them once, nod, and pass on, as though the repetition of them daily is beneath their dignity. That is why most remain as they are. Let me give you these 6 steps again, but I will give them to you now as the iron frame upon which the house of your victory will be built. First, fix in your mind the exact outcome you desire. Not a vague wish to do better, or make more, or improve your life. Exact, specific. If it is money, state the exact sum. If it is a position, name the title. If it is a condition, describe it in detail so precise that no other could mistake it for something else. Second, determine exactly what you intend to give in return for this result. This is the law of cause and effect. You cannot plant corn and harvest wheat. You cannot give half service and expect full reward. The man who would see his vision made law must offer value equal to or greater than the reward he seeks, and he must decide this before the harvest, not after. Third, set a definite date by which you will possess the aim. The indefinite date produces indefinite action. The definite date commands immediate movement. The man who says someday will drift for years. The man who says by the 30th day of June fixes a boundary in his own mind and works to meet it. Fourth, create a definite plan for carrying out your desire and begin at once, whether you are ready or not, to put this plan into action. Do not wait for a perfect plan. Perfection in planning comes through motion, through the collision of your will with circumstance, through correction in the field, not in the armchair. Fifth, write out a clear, concise statement of the outcome you desire, the date by which you will attain it, what you will give in exchange, and the plan by which you will carry it out. This written statement is your command, your constitution, your personal law. Sixth, read this written statement aloud twice daily, once just before retiring at night and once upon arising in the morning. As you read, see and feel and believe yourself already in possession of the aim. The voice must carry conviction. The mind must form pictures. The heart must feel ownership. Now let us turn this from instruction into living law. I command you to take a sheet of paper this very day and write what I will call your victory statement. This is not for ornament, nor to be filed away in some forgotten drawer. This is to be placed where you will see it every morning upon waking and every night before closing your eyes. The victory statement must contain 4 elements: the goal stated with exactness, the date of attainment, the service or value you will render in exchange, and the broad outline of the plan by which you will proceed. Beneath it, write these words: I see, I feel, I believe this aim to be mine. I will act upon it daily with faith and persistence until it is made visible. Sign it with your name, for a man's signature is his bond. Once this is done, you will have taken the first step in locking your aim into the subconscious. But writing alone is not enough. The subconscious accepts the written word only when it is coupled with repeated emotion. That is why you must read it aloud twice daily with the voice of certainty. In time, this repetition ceases to feel forced. You will begin to speak it as a man states the obvious, and when that happens, you will notice something strange. Your actions will start to match the vision without strain. Let me give you the proof. Thomas Edison did not create the electric light by accident. He carried in his mind a picture of that light glowing in homes across the land long before the filament that could withstand the heat had been discovered. He endured thousands of failed experiments. But these were not failures to him, for they did not alter the picture in his mind. That picture was fixed. The work merely caught up to it. Andrew Carnegie saw a steel empire in his mind when others saw only smoke and risk. He wrote his vision in his thoughts so clearly that every meeting, every negotiation, every hire, and every investment moved in its direction. Those who worked with him caught the same image because it was carried with such certainty. Carnegie did not hope his empire would exist. He conducted his affairs as though it already did. The timid soul says, "I will believe it when I see it." The bold soul says, "I will see it until I believe it. And believing it, I will cause it to be seen." Which are you? When you rise tomorrow, will you look upon your victory statement and think it a noble ambition, but far away? Or will you look upon it as a deed to property already owned, a title to wealth already claimed, a letter of appointment already signed? Understand this: the subconscious mind is the link between your desire and infinite intelligence. It works continuously, whether you give it food or poison, whether you give it command or confusion. If you do not deliberately feed it with the images of your aim, it will feed itself on whatever scraps of doubt, fear, and distraction the world throws to it. And as it feeds, so it acts. Therefore, you must starve it of fear and feed it with certainty. When you speak your victory statement, you are not reciting a dream. You are engraving a fact upon the deepest part of your nature. The more deeply it is engraved, the more the body obeys without hesitation. Perhaps you doubt this power because you have never practiced it with persistence. You may have written goals before, but you have not joined them with the repetition of voice, the engagement of feeling, and the mental picture so vivid you could draw it in detail. That is why they faded. Here is your test. Commit to this practice for 30 days without missing a single morning or evening reading. Read aloud. Imagine the scene of your victory, the sights, the sounds, the conversations you will have. Feel the weight of the contract in your hand, the smell of the office where you will sit, the ring of coins or the rustle of banknotes in your possession. Involve every sense, for the subconscious responds to complete impressions. Your present condition is the result of the pictures and emotions you have most often impressed upon your mind. If those have been vague or negative, the result will be in kind. But change the pictures, fix them with certainty, and act as the man who already possesses them, and you will change the result. Do not speak against your own vision. Never say, "If I succeed, but when I succeed." Never say, "I hope this works, but it is working now." These are not tricks of speech. They are safeguards of faith. The tongue must serve the vision, not undermine it. Every great builder of enterprise, invention, or wealth has practiced this law, whether he knew its name or not. They formed the image, they repeated it, they acted in harmony with it, and they refused all contrary suggestions. You cannot name a single enduring achievement that was not first fixed in the mind as a completed picture. Affirm now, with voice steady and eyes fixed, "I see the end as done. My mind accepts no picture of defeat. Each act moves me toward the result already mine." Say it again and again, until the words become more than sounds, until they become the truth by which you govern every hour. This is how the bold move without hesitation. They have already traveled the road in the mind, so the steps in the body feel familiar. They are not guessing. They are following a path already drawn. You must become such a man, and you become him by making your vision the law within you. Faith is not a matter of chance. It is a discipline, built as a mason builds a wall, one brick at a time, with deliberate care and daily labor. Faith is the foundation of all bold action. Without it, your steps will falter at the first sign of resistance. With it, you will advance through storms that send other men running for cover. In Law of Success, I gave the self-confidence formula. This is not an ornament for idle reading. It is a working tool for the builder of destiny. Copy it in your own hand. Sign it with your name. Read it aloud upon waking and before sleep. Do this until the sound of your own voice declaring your certainty becomes the ruling tone of your inner thought. The formula begins: I know that I have the ability to achieve the object of my definite chief aim. Therefore, I demand of myself persistent, continuous action toward its attainment. And I here and now promise to render such action. You will not merely say these words, you will command them until your mind accepts them as the only truth it knows. Look to Abraham Lincoln in the darkest days of the Civil War. His advisors urged retreat. His enemies predicted collapse. And yet he acted with the calm of a man convinced of the Union's survival. Every decision he made carried the weight of settled conviction, and that conviction became the backbone of those who followed him. His faith was not built on ease. It was built on daily decisions to believe in the end he had chosen. You must do the same. For the next 7 days, I command you to make at least one decision each day that feels too bold for the man you have been. Do not seek approval. Do not wait for agreement. Act at once and let the act itself train your mind to accept that you are the sort of man who decides and does. Understand this. Faith without action is a dreamer's plaything. Action without faith is labor without reward. The man who moves boldly and wins in everything unites the two. He believes in his aim with such force that his actions carry a spirit others can feel. That spirit attracts allies, opens doors, and forces obstacles to bow. Guard your faith as you would guard a treasure. Do not expose it to the rust of idle talk or the rot of doubtful counsel. Speak only that which supports your aim. Refuse to lend your ear to the man who would weaken your resolve. Faith grows in the soil of repetition, repetition of thought, of word, of deed. Affirm aloud, I act with the calm of one already victorious. My faith turns thought into reality. Say it until your mind obeys it, until hesitation feels unnatural, and bold action feels like the only choice. For that is the discipline of faith. It becomes the habit of moving as if victory were already yours. Bold action is born at the moment of decision. Every victory you admire began with a man saying, "It will be done," and then sealing that decision so tightly that retreat was impossible. The timid man leaves himself a way back. The bold man burns his bridge and marches forward. The difference is not in fortune. It is in resolve. Consider Hernan Cortez as he landed upon the shores of the New World. His men faced uncertainty, opposition, and a vast unknown. Cortez gave one command: burn the ships. There would be no return. Their only hope was forward. This is the power of eliminating retreat. It turns the mind's full energy toward the one path that remains: victory. Many of you fail, not because you cannot succeed, but because you have kept one foot in the camp of doubt. You tell yourself you are committed, yet you keep your old employment just in case. You maintain friendships with those who mock your aim. You entertain the thought of quitting when it grows hard. This is not commitment. This is drifting, and drifting is the path to defeat. In Think and Grow Rich, I told the story of R.U. Darby and his uncle, who quit mining just 3 feet from gold. Their decision to stop was not made in a moment. It was made long before, when they kept the thought of quitting as an option. Once that seed is present, it will grow under the first heat of difficulty. I ask you now, where in your life have you left yourself an escape? In your work? In your discipline? In your speech? List them without excuse. Then close them one by one. Tear the safety net. Cancel the fallback. End the conversation that tells you it is wise to wait and see. It is only when you have no retreat that you will find the strength to take the ground before you. Remember Henry Ford's challenge to his engineers: build a V8 engine in a single block. They said it could not be done. He told them to work until it was done, no matter how long it took. Months passed with no progress, but Ford never reopened the decision. His certainty became their certainty, and the impossible was completed. Your daily drill. Write down 3 escape routes you have left open: financial, relational, mental. Destroy them. Replace them with a single sentence of decision. This will be done, and there is no other way. Read it aloud morning and night. Let your mind hear it until it believes it. Decision is the door to boldness, and the elimination of retreat is the lock that keeps it shut. Until you do both, you will always move as a man half committed. But once done, you will advance with the confidence of one who knows victory is not an option, it is the only outcome. Decision starts the march, persistence finishes it. Many men begin with enthusiasm, but when the road grows steep and the hours grow long, they stop. They tell themselves they will resume later, but later never comes. The victor is the man who presses forward when his muscles ache, when his mind is tired, and when others have already turned back. Persistence is not stubbornness for its own sake. It is the continual application of effort in a definite direction until the aim is reached. In Think and Grow Rich, I laid out the 7 factors that build persistence: definiteness of purpose, desire, self-reliance, accurate knowledge, cooperation, willpower, and habit. Without these, persistence cannot live. With them, it cannot die. Consider Thomas Edison. 10,000 experiments failed before he produced the working light bulb. 10,000 times he could have said, "Enough," but each failure was taken as a step closer to the answer. He persisted, not because it was easy, but because he had determined there would be no end but success. Or take Colonel Harlan Sanders, who in his later years carried a chicken recipe to over 1,000 potential partners, each rejection met with the same steady reply, "On to the next." He acted as if the outcome was certain, and his persistence turned no into yes, until his name became known in every city. You must train persistence as you train the body, by daily exercise. Plan your week so that the most important task connected to your aim is done first each day before lesser matters are allowed in. Keep this appointment with yourself as you would with the most important client in the world. Your challenge: for 30 days, do one thing every day that moves you forward, regardless of mood or difficulty. Do it on good days and bad, on days of strength and days of fatigue. At the end of 30 days, persistence will no longer feel like strain. It will feel like the natural order of your life. Affirm aloud: I outlast all obstacles. Persistence is my ally. I hold the course until the victory is complete. Speak it when you are tempted to pause. Speak it when your results seem small. Speak it until the thought of quitting feels foreign to your nature. The man who persists cannot be defeated. Circumstances will bend. Obstacles will yield. Time itself will serve him. And in the end, he will stand where others stopped, looking back at the ground he has gained, not because he was stronger at the start, but because he refused to stop before the end. No man wins greatly and alone. The solitary worker may accomplish much, but there is a power greater than any single mind, a power born when 2 or more minds unite in harmony for a definite purpose. In Law of Success, I called this the master mind. It is the blending of intelligence, faith, and effort in such a way that each member draws strength from the whole. Andrew Carnegie was once asked the secret of his wealth. He pointed to a group of men, his cabinet of trusted associates, and said, "These men." He credited his fortune not to his own genius alone, but to the combined power of minds working together in perfect accord toward a shared aim. This was his mastermind. Thomas Edison built an invention factory where teams of skilled men worked side by side. Problems that might have delayed one man for months were solved in hours by the sharing of knowledge and the meeting of ideas. The mastermind multiplies boldness because it removes isolation. When others around you believe in the aim, doubt has no foothold. To form your own mastermind, choose members with care. Each must possess a skill or knowledge that strengthens the whole. Each must agree on the definite aim. Most important, each must be willing to maintain harmony. One doubter One cynic can poison the entire effort. Remove them quickly, for they will erode boldness as surely as water wears stone. Set regular meetings with your mastermind. Review progress toward the aim. Offer and accept counsel without vanity. Share responsibility and give credit freely. In this way, the bond grows, and with it, the shared belief in certain victory. I command you to begin assembling your council now. If you cannot yet find such men, begin by becoming the sort of man they would join: decisive, reliable, and committed. Your own boldness will draw like-minded allies to you. Affirm aloud, I surround myself with allies of courage. Our union multiplies our power. Victory is certain when we act together. Speak it until you feel the strength of this unseen army at your side. With a master mind, you will move not with the force of one man, but with the momentum of many, and the world will yield before that force. Boldness cannot live in a mind that is divided. Controlled attention is the art of fixing your thought on that which serves your aim and refusing to allow entry to anything that contradicts it. In Law of Success, I warned that the mind will follow the direction in which it is most often pointed. If you feed it images of defeat, it will travel toward defeat. If you feed it certainty, it will march toward victory. The average man does not control his attention. He surrenders it. He lets idle talk, foolish news, and the opinions of the unsuccessful plant seeds in his mind. He permits the fears of others to mingle with his own thoughts. This is why his energy is scattered, his courage diluted, and his actions uncertain. If you will act as if everything always works out, you must starve the weeds of doubt. Look at Woodrow Wilson in his fight for the League of Nations. He faced fierce opposition at home and abroad. The newspapers were filled with criticism. Advisors urged compromise. Yet he kept his attention fixed on the image of the world order he sought. Even when others abandoned him, his words and actions showed no retreat. His focus outlasted the noise. Andrew Carnegie practiced the same discipline in business. He filtered the information brought to him. He did not allow his mind to dwell on problems without solutions or predictions based on fear. He demanded facts that could be acted upon and dismissed speculation that would only slow his advance. This was not ignorance, it was accurate thinking. Accurate thinking is the shield of controlled attention. You must separate fact from mere opinion, truth from rumor, and possibilities from impossibilities. Ask always, does this information help me advance? Does it strengthen my aim? If not, reject it as you would reject spoiled food. Your mind is the table upon which you feed your destiny. Do not serve poison there. Here is your practical drill. List every source of doubt in your life. This may include certain people, newspapers, habits, or conversations. For the next 30 days, cut them off entirely. Do not explain yourself. Do not argue. Simply remove the channel through which these influences reach you. You will find, in a matter of days, that your energy rises and your confidence deepens. During this time, feed your attention only with that which confirms your aim. Read biographies of men who have won greatly. Study examples of persistence rewarded. Speak daily with those who believe in you or in their own worthy aims. Let your environment be an unbroken chain of reminders that victory is natural to the man of purpose. When doubt does attempt to enter, meet it with deliberate replacement. Speak your aim aloud. Review your written statement. Recall a past victory you have won through persistence. Replace the false image with one that serves you. Over time, your mind will learn to reject doubt on its own, as a trained guard rejects intruders without waiting for orders. Affirm aloud, I control what enters my mind. My attention serves my purpose. My mind rejects defeat. Say it with the certainty of a commander giving orders to his troops. Remember, your mind is the captain of your fate. If you allow it to be distracted by every passing shadow, your ship will drift. But if you keep it fixed on the horizon you have chosen, no wind or tide can carry you from it. Controlled attention is not only the guardian of boldness, It is the amplifier of it. When every thought, word, and deed points in the same direction, progress accelerates. What others call luck is often nothing more than the effect of a man's attention held steadily upon his aim until the world adjusts to it. From this moment, you will no longer let chance rule what you think about. You will take the wheel. You will decide the subject of your thoughts, and you will hold to it until it yields results. That is controlled attention. That is the discipline of the victor. There is a state of mind in which hesitation cannot survive. It is the state of one who has already claimed the victory in his heart and in his conduct, long before the world has seen the proof. This is the summit of boldness, to walk, speak, and act as the man who has already secured the prize, while others still question if it is possible. You may think this is pretense, but it is not. It is the deliberate embodiment of your definite chief aim. The timid man waits for evidence before adopting the posture of success. The bold man adopts it now, and the evidence follows. Life bends toward the one who carries himself as its master, not its supplicant. Andrew Carnegie was known to negotiate as if the terms were already settled in his favor. His tone, his manner, his calm certainty suggested that the agreement was merely a formality. This was not arrogance. It was the natural confidence of a man whose mind was already living in the result. And so the result came to meet him. Henry Ford often spoke of projects as if they were already completed before the first plans were drawn. When challenged, he did not argue. He continued as if the objection did not alter the certainty of the outcome. That is why his enterprises advanced while others hesitated. The world grows accustomed to granting what a man has already taken in his own conviction. If you would live as the man who has already won, begin with the outer signs. Your posture should be upright, your step deliberate, your speech free of uncertainty. Remove from your language the phrases of doubt. If it works, I hope, we'll see. Replace them with when it is done. It will be so. This is certain. Your words are the heralds of your future. Let them announce victory. Dress each day in a manner that reflects respect for yourself and for your aim. Not for vanity, but for alignment. Your outward appearance should match the inward identity you are cultivating. A man who looks like a victor begins to think like one, and a man who thinks like a victor begins to act like one. Your daily schedule should be the schedule of a man who has already attained his aim. If your goal demands leadership, structure your day as a leader would. If it demands mastery, give the hours to study and practice as the master does. Do not wait until someday to live in this pattern. The pattern is the cause of the outcome. In Outwitting the Devil, I spoke of hypnotic rhythm, the invisible law by which repeated thought and action become automatic. When you live each day as the man who has already won, you set this rhythm in motion. At first, you must think about it. Soon it becomes the only way you know how to move through the world. At that point, nothing outside you can easily pull you back into the habits of doubt. This embodiment is not without resistance. The world will test you. Some will accuse you of being unrealistic. Others will resent your certainty. This is the same treatment given to every man who has walked ahead of proof. Do not yield to it. Remember that they speak from their own limitations, not from the laws that govern achievement. When Thomas Edison pursued the electric light, he was ridiculed. Papers mocked his endless experiments. Yet he moved daily as a man certain of success, rising early, working long hours, speaking of the light as an eventual fact. His conduct was the proof of his faith, and in time the proof appeared for all to see. Here is your 30-day embodiment challenge. Each morning, read your definite chief aim aloud with the tone and posture of a man reporting a completed task. Speak of your goal to others only in the language of certainty. Keep a record of actions each day that align with the identity of one who has already won. Remove from your company anyone who mocks or undermines your certainty. End each night by reviewing your day as the victor. noting every act that matched the identity you claim. As you do this, you will notice subtle changes. Your pace will quicken. Your eyes will meet others with more steadiness. Opportunities will seem to arise more often. These are not accidents. They are the world responding to your new state. Affirm aloud, I am the victor. My words are law. My actions are certain. The outcome is mine before the world sees it. Speak this not as a plea, but as a declaration. Your mind will hear it and accept it. Your conduct will follow. The results will align. Living as the man who has already won removes the last refuge of fear. There is no room for hesitation when you have already taken the ground in your own thought. Every act becomes an act of confirmation, not of testing. This is how the bold move, not by waiting for permission, but by advancing until permission is assumed. The timid will ask, but what if I am wrong? The bold never asks that question, for it serves no purpose. If the path requires adjustment, he adjusts while moving forward. He does not abandon the march to debate with his own doubt. This is why he wins more often than others. The current of his own motion carries him over obstacles that stop those who pause. In the final measure, the difference between the man who moves timidly and the man who moves boldly is this. The timid man waits to feel like a victor before acting like one. The bold man acts like a victor until he becomes one. You must choose which you will be, for the choice cannot be hidden. The world will see it in your bearing, hear it in your voice, and feel it in the certainty of your steps. From this moment, remove from your conduct every trace of doubt. Walk as if you command the outcome. Speak as if you dictate the terms. Work as if the reward were already in your hands. In time, these will no longer be acts of will. They will be your nature. And when that day comes, the results you seek will no longer be able to hide from you. Act now, act boldly, and act as if all is already yours, until the world can no longer tell the difference between belief and fact. Then you will know the truth. It always works out because you have made it so.